The FOX45 Weather Authority team is tracking the potential for the first winter storm of the year this weekend. Of major East Coast cities, Baltimore has gone the longest without seeing at least an inch of snow. We are now at 715 days, and now is the time to prepare for the incoming snow.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, January 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland. The talk of the town, the incoming snow. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a closer look at our next weather maker and what we can start expecting now, Justin, as we inch closer.
Yeah, absolutely, Meg. That's good morning. Starting to get in a little bit better model agreement here, finding out exactly what's going on with our next weather maker, which is coming in this weekend. We're cold this morning. In fact, a lot of us are below freezing right now. Definitely colder than yesterday with those clouds that have moved out of here. So it's a frosty start to your Wednesday morning. Overall, our numbers here are in the 20s for Cockeysville and Towson, right at the freezing mark in Baltimore, 30 in Brooklyn Park, 29 your temp in Dundalk at this time. So a frosty morning, but a very nice afternoon today. In fact, next couple of days are going to be very nice, but obviously tracking that winter weather maker on the way for this weekend. Overall, in your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Just use that heater flow, numbers in the 30s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in a few.
While the potential of snow is still far off, now is the time to start preparing and thinking about what you may need to buy before the weather arrives. The National Weather Service recommends you get together a winter storm survival kit. You'll want to include a mobile phone and charger, along with batteries, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. You should include high-calorie, non-perishable food, extra clothing to keep dry, along with some blankets or sleeping bags as well. And anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. Happening today, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott will be holding a news conference to talk about public safety and the work his administration and other leaders have done to drive the number of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in 9 years. While it is not clear what the mayor will bring up during his news conference, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of his public safety plan. GVRS started in the Western District, one of the only places in the city that saw an increase in murders in 2023.
We've had 3 major incidents at Carver. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
In just about 30 minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with a closer look at the mayor's strategy plan. A deadly shooting in southwest Baltimore marks the city's first homicide of the year. It's one of more than 3 dozen crimes reported across the city in the past 3 days. The shooting happened on North Bentlow Street early yesterday morning. Many neighbors say they recall hearing the gunshots, but were unaware someone had, in fact, been killed.
That's unreal. That's unreal. How do people feel safe, especially people my age group? Just too many guns, too many murders.
It's a damn shame, that's all I can say.
The department not yet saying what they believe led up to the shooting or if they have any leads on a suspect. An hour later, after this shooting, officers received reports of a stabbing near Sinclair Lane. At the scene, officers found a woman with several stab wounds. She is expected to be okay. Anyone with information on these incidents is asked to call Baltimore police. This year's legislative session starts 1 week from today, with crime expected to be a central focus in Annapolis. Right now, a battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws. Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
We've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy, they laid out their legislative priorities last month. They want to increase probation for kids caught with a gun and require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates home monitoring, and also classify groups who recruit children to steal cars as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
The Department of Juvenile Services has faced questions about its intake policy for juvenile offenders and the current systems to rehabilitate young people. In a conversation with Mackenzie Frost, Deputy Chief of Juveniles in the City State's Attorney's Office, Catherine Rosenblatt says her office is waiting on more than 180 cases to be sent from DJS due to the department's intake process.
Currently, they act as a bit of a gatekeeper because it's their intake officers who are making the decision whether the case should be charged immediately or should be charged later but still charged, or even not charged at all. I think there is an issue with consistency in the city.
Is public safety weighed in those decisions?
Certainly weighed by my office. It is not always factored in to DJS's sort of formula, I think, for how they're evaluating the juveniles. That's from conversations we've had with them and meetings I've been in. It is not entirely clear that they are looking at the current charges and factoring that in.
Well, Rosenblatt says her communication with DJS has improved in recent weeks, and she is hopeful that will continue. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of the new year? So far, 87% of people who voted say no. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. The man convicted of raping 3 Towson students is handed his sentence. Just ahead this morning, how long he's expected to stay in prison. And the first winter storm of the new year is coming up fast. Just ahead this morning, the latest on the timing this weekend and the areas that could be impacted the most. And before we head to break this morning, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got a live look around the Baltimore region. Our Beltway camera showing light traffic with no major issues. It's 4:37 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Tracking our next weather maker. But before we get there, we're talking about a cold morning and numbers to right now that are in the 20s and 30s. So definitely colder than we've been the last couple of mornings. You'll definitely need a jacket, maybe a hat and some gloves, a scarf if you're heading out this morning, and the sunglasses, because we'll have another sunny afternoon with really no umbrella needed as we stay dry. On that morning drive, you'll need those bun warmers and heat warmers if you got them, or heated steering wheels, you know, the fancy people. Temperatures are in the 30s over the next couple of hours.
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning. A man has been sentenced to 60 years in prison after pleading guilty to 3 counts of first-degree rape. Last February, 28-year-old Quincy Davis threatened 3 Towson University students at gunpoint near Towson Circle. Prosecutors say Davis then forced them into an alley and forced them to perform a sex act. He pleaded guilty to that crime in September. On top of his prison sentence, Davis will now be on the sex offender list for the rest of his life. The Baltimore Police Department honors the lives lost in 2023. Still ahead this morning, the event happening today to remember the victims.
If you had a family gathering over the holidays, you may have brought back a gift you didn't expect, a respiratory illness. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to separate the symptoms so you can get the right treatment just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the mayor of a big sanctuary city gets blasted for complaining about illegal immigrants flown to his city as border agents deal with a record number of crossings. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to a health watch this morning. Reports from the CDC show seasonal illnesses are surging across the U.S. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how to prepare the symptoms so you get the right treatment.
Hey there, everybody. Those family gatherings, healthcare providers say, let you share memories and gifts, and sadly, also respiratory viruses going around. While many symptoms overlap, if you look at the most common illnesses rising,
influenza, COVID is still out there. We're still seeing some RSV.
As we've traveled to see family and friends, the NIH reports colds rarely have extreme exhaustion, high fevers, or headaches. But flu and COVID-19 often have all of those, plus a bad cough, trouble breathing, fatigue, and weakness that can last for weeks. Family medicine specialist Dr. Scott Woods says colds also won't likely put you in the hospital, but both the flu and COVID-19 have led to a slew of admissions nationwide, mainly due to...
And here it's more like shortness of breath, difficulty breathing type symptoms, severe cough.
The latest CDC numbers of note show more than 20 children so far this season have died from flu complications, and COVID is climbing nationwide in our wastewater. Viral transmissions are higher now than they were a year ago at this time. COVID-19 emergency room visits are also up more than 10% this past week, and hospitalizations jumped almost 20%. What to do if you get sick? Right away, get in for antiviral medications if you're at high risk for complications. For the flu, there's Tamiflu, and for COVID-19, there's Paxlovid, if you take them within the window of when symptoms start.
For flu, it is 72 hours, and the anti-flu drugs really work best in the first 24 hours, really, but can be given up to the first 3 days. COVID is the first 5 days of symptoms.
It's also not too late to get the vaccine against COVID-19, which does appear to protect against the Omicron strains going around. And while it's too soon to know about the flu vaccine and its protection,
we do know from the southern hemisphere, where the flu generally comes from the southern hemisphere up to the North America, that it was a pretty good match, about a 60% preventive match against what was going on in the community, and that's good for flu.
if you'd like a closer look at this NIH symptom chart, we have that for you online. Providers caution, however, if any symptoms seem to be getting worse instead of better, make sure you seek medical attention. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. Looking ahead this morning, tickets for the Ravens playoff run are about to go on sale. We are taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium this morning. Starting this Friday at 10 a.m., fans will be able to get tickets for the divisional round. That game will be taking place on either the 20th or the 21st. To get your tickets, head to BaltimoreRavens.com/playoff tickets. We're talking about it. All right, we'd love to see how you're getting ready for the game here this weekend. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to FOX45, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. All right, here it is, 4:48, and we are looking at that next weather maker, seeing how it could impact the Ravens-Steelers game this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing it out. How's it looking now?
Not too bad, Meg, but, you know, I got to say, 21st or 20th, that'll be the divisional round. But then if they win, January 28th will be the AFC Championship game here.
Yep.
At home.
We get to host them all.
I mean, that's pretty exciting.
Right.
So I don't. Go ahead.
These purple lights, you might not even be able to see them on this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be wet. It's going to be cold. It's going to be potentially snowy for that game on Saturday. And I know everyone's saying, the Ravens are going to rest everybody and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, what happened in 2019. So got to see what's going on. And either way, if you are planning to go to the game or just hanging out this weekend, we've got weather alert days, both Saturday and Sunday, because we will be talking about our first winter storm of the year, of the season, and basically the first one we've seen in about 2 years of any kind of significant impact for this upcoming weekend. As for right now, it's cold. Right at the freezing mark at BWI, 32 degrees or 0 Celsius. West-southwest wind, only about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Now, HD radar, it's all quiet here. Our next weather maker has now made it on land, but you got to go all the way over to California and Nevada. The Sierra Nevada mountains getting hit with the snow right there. A lot of rain for Fresno down into Southern California. This system now is going to be tracking across the country and making its way here by the time we get to Saturday. But it is now on land, so we can definitely check this as we go through the next couple of days and see exactly what's going to be taking place with the upper level patterns and how it's going to play out for us. For this morning, definitely a warm beverage, as those numbers are going to stay near or below freezing for a lot of us on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun comes up at 7:26, 4:56 the sunset. Gorgeous afternoon yesterday. Hope you were able to enjoy it. That breeze finally died down, and we'll have a lot less wind today. And in fact, the next couple of days are looking pretty good. 35 here in the 8 o'clock hour on your MetroCast day planner, and mid-40s by lunchtime. We're going to get close to 50 for some of us here into the afternoon, and typically we're in the low to mid-40s for this time of year. So checking your numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid and upper 40s for today. Those numbers for you in Howard and Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 40s for your highs on your Wednesday afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 40s going, even some upper 40s as well. Now our temperatures will start to drop down. Notice you can see basically falling off the chart there as we head into the weekend with that temperature trend, definitely seeing the colder air coming in. This is Wednesday afternoon on your future scan. No issues. A weak system will come through tonight, maybe a stray shower or two, but really not tracking much. Thursday will be a bit breezy at times. Nice day on Friday. Look at this ridge of high pressure settling in. That's going to be nice and calm. And then here comes the next weather maker. This is Saturday morning, right about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. You'll start to see a few of those flakes flying. It'll be cold enough in the overnight hours for any of that precip to fall as snow. In terms of accumulation, not necessarily Saturday morning. Watch what happens with this area of low pressure. There's the low right there sneaking in, and we're actually going to get some warmer air that'll change that back over to kind of that rain-snow mix. And then depending on where this low sets up will depend on who sees the snow. So a northerly track will mean that we'll see less of the snow, and if it falls a little bit farther to the south, we'll see more snow for all of us. But I do believe that most areas north and west of Baltimore will get at least some measurable snowfall, and all the way up into Pennsylvania as well through Saturday night, even lingering into Sunday as well. So we do have those weather alert days coming this weekend. You can see them here on your 7-day forecast. Obviously looking good here today, tomorrow, and Friday, but Saturday and Sunday will be weather alert days, and obviously we're tracking that measurable snow that we're going to be talking about through the weekend. We'll take a much closer look at that as we go throughout the morning, and obviously as we get closer to that storm coming up in a few. All right, let's get an update now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, when we have a winter storm, which we haven't had in a while, do we do things differently with the MTA? Do you guys have different services for the weekend?
No different services, but, when there's substantial snow, of course, it affects service, and then we've got a plan in place for that. But based on what you're telling me, I don't anticipate that. It would have to be a heavier snow, not just a few inches. But we're ready whenever it comes, Justin. Good morning out there right now. You'll find light rail link on time in both directions. No delays or issues. If your ride is on Metro Subway, you'll find on-time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a good start, just a minor delay. It's Penn Train 401, presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
U.S. forces confronting Iran-backed fighters in the Red Sea. I'm Atra El-Nashar with the shocks it's sending through global markets.
Mayor Scott looking ahead to the rest of the year when it comes to your safety. Still ahead, the numbers he's looking to tout today, despite city residents still feeling unsafe. It's 4:53. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. Continuing our coverage on the war in Israel, Hamas says one of its senior leaders has been killed in an explosion in Lebanon in what Israeli officials are calling a message to all Hamas operatives. At least 3 other people were killed in the blast, and there is concern that the militant group Hezbollah, based in Lebanon, could respond. This comes as Israel reportedly rejected a hostage deal offered on Sunday evening. Tensions are also escalating in the Red Sea this morning as the U.S. military says it killed 10 Iranian-backed fighters who were attacking commercial ships. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar is looking into the impact on the global economy.
The new year starting off with a heightened risk of U.S. involvement in a new Middle East conflict. Tuesday morning, Yemen's parliament issuing a warning to the United States: keep out of the Red Sea or face consequences. It's in response to U.S. naval forces sinking 3 boats of Iran-backed Houthi fighters U.S. Central Command says were attacking a Maersk shipping vessel on Sunday in the southern Red Sea. Iran quickly deployed this destroyer to the Red Sea, according to state-aligned media. All of this causing Maersk to pause all transits through the Red Sea for the second time in 2 weeks.
There is absolutely no way for us to understand why certain ships have been targeted, and therefore it puts the whole fleet into play, basically, because no safe passage could be guaranteed.
Markets are rattled. Global oil prices were up to start the day Tuesday. Since Houthi attacks in the Red Sea began, the cost of shipping a container from Asia to the U.S. has gone up 13%, according to FreightWaves, a supply chain intelligence firm.
Supply chain professionals don't want to deal with geopolitical risk and potential of disruptions that are well outside their control.
Experts say disruptions in the Red Sea will hit Europe much harder than the U.S., but still builds the case to bring supply chains closer to home. The reconfiguration of supply chains wouldn't come easy or cheap, considering 12% of global trade flows through the Red Sea, according to the International Chamber of Shipping. But in the immediate term, threats from Iran-backed fighters in the region are only getting worse. On Tuesday, Hamas announced its deputy leader was killed in an explosion near Beirut. Hezbollah, also backed by Iran and based in Lebanon, vowing to retaliate against any Israeli targeting of Palestinian officials in Lebanon, raising the risk of the Israel-Hamas war spilling over into more of the Middle East, leaving civilians and international commerce in the crosshairs. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
We continue to track our next weather maker, the first winter storm we've seen in years. We'll be talking about the impacts it'll have on you coming up.
The mayor is holding a press conference this morning to talk about efforts to drive down homicides last year. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at those efforts and just how effective they've been.
Baltimore seeing its first homicide of 2024, how residents are reacting as police search for a suspect.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking a live look at our future scan here, you can see that Saturday, 4 p.m. as we are tracking a winter weekend storm that will bring a mix of rain and snow. This could also affect anyone heading out to watch the Ravens game Saturday afternoon.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, January 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. The number one question most people, most likely teachers too, and students are asking, will this impact any school when we have snow?
And meteorologist Justin Chambers has pretty much already said no, it's a weekend event, so.
Monday, leftover stuff.
Is it changing?
Probably not.
Okay.
No. And today I did what you guys have been doing the last couple of days. I wrote down 1323 and I'm like, nope, 1324. So yes, here we go into the new year. This is a live look out over the city, and you can see a few clouds hanging out. It is cold, my friends. I'm telling you, this is one of the coldest mornings we've had the last couple of days. You can see these numbers. Most of us are below freezing. 27 in Towson, only 24 currently in Cockeysville. Definitely some frost on those windshields. Some of us about 9 to 13 degrees colder than where we were just 24 hours ago. The weather story for today, a frosty morning, pleasant afternoon ahead, but we are definitely tracking that winter weather that is moving in for this weekend. We're going to go full weather alert on both Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures here over the next couple of hours are going to stay mainly in the 20s and 30s as we take you outside. We'll show you that here in just a little bit. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Well, as Justin was just mentioning, our Fox 45 weather team is tracking a winter storm moving into our region this weekend. Potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years. And it's got a lot of people talking.
Definitely. We've been talking about it. Megan Gillen at our live center with the reaction pouring in this morning. And, of course, some safety tips that you need to keep in mind. Megan.
Yeah, so we're still a few days out, guys, but the State Highway Administration says they are ready, and they're actually reminding us about this nice website right here. It is their statewide transportation operations response map. This will be your friend this weekend. It allows you to track where crews are plowing in real time. Right now, they've actually got 3 trucks out there doing some preparations. They're also providing some safety reminders as we inch closer to this weekend storm. Some of these reminders, it starts with preparing. Check the car from your tires to windshield washer fluid to fuel. Make sure you've got that emergency kit in the car with a flashlight. They say jumper cables are good to have, a blanket, water, just to name a few of the things in there. If you get stuck on the road, they advise you to assess the situation and most importantly, make sure you are safe where you are waiting and then call for help. If you can stay in your car, this is important. They ask that you remain vigilant. They are urging drivers to stay buckled and to face forward, describing a potential danger commonly referred to as the moth effect. And this is where drivers often drift toward lights or objects that attract their attention, making you a target on the road there. And then finally, a reminder to just remember that it is state law to move over or slow down when approaching any stopped or parked cars with warning signals that are flashing. Hopefully the timing of this storm falling on the weekend here will allow for more people to be able to stay off the roads and safe inside their home. But right now, the idea of any snow is exciting. People are talking about it. I like what Mike says here. He says, I can make this not happen in 2 ways. I can either buy new tires for my truck or simply get out my snow thrower and get it ready to go. That is what does it. That's to ensure that it's not going to happen. Michael says, I'll believe it when I see it. It's been 2 years, 715 days. Linda says they're going to have people running, emptying every store, and then it will rain. We'll see. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
All right, thank you, Megan. Anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. 5:03 and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be holding a news conference to talk about public safety and the work his administration and other leaders have done to drive the number of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in 9 years.
Now, this graph right here shows homicide trends from January 2020 through October of 2023. And you'll notice that the first 2 summers of the Scott administration saw a spike in murders, which helped drive the number of homicides over 300 each of those years. However, that didn't happen in the summer of 2023. In August of 2022, Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron announced his so-called Al Capone style of prosecution, which he says uses a range of laws to prosecute repeat violent offenders and keep them off the street.
This Al Capone model of prosecution is designed to take violent people off the streets by any appropriate legal means necessary.
Well, then 1 year ago, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office. His inaugural speech, he told the city he would be tough on crime and had a strong message for any potential criminals.
So I say to you, that's thinking about grabbing your illegal handgun and going on the streets of Baltimore City, grab your toothbrush as well, because you're going to need it.
Well, then we see another drop around 2023. See it highlighted right here. It was around that time Eric Barron and Ivan Bates announcing a few big wins. In the span of just a few days, the 2 offices announced 8 defendants pleaded guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. All of them repeat violent offenders. Barron saying the results of their partnership is clear.
Homicides are down 25% and non-fatal shootings are down 6.5%. And we think it's clear, and the data demonstrates that it's because we're working as a team. We're working collaboratively.
Now, while it's not clear what he'll bring up during the news conference, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of Mayor Scott's public safety plan. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a preview of today's news conference and a closer look at whether the mayor's strategy is working. Shannon.
Yeah, and it's not so straightforward, Patrice. We know that homicides are down citywide, but over in the Western District, homicides are up some 28%. And you'll remember that's the very district where the city said its strategy is working. More on that in just a moment. But first, a look at more on what's ahead in this news conference today. It's set to happen here at City Hall at 11 a.m. The mayor's office saying the mayor and other city leaders will discuss the work done to drive last year's decrease in homicides and strategies to maintain that progress here in the new year. Meanwhile, though, those who live in the city's Western District will tell you last year proved to be a dangerous one. By the end of the year, this district had seen 41 homicides, making it the deadliest district in the city. This district also happens to be the same district where the city launched its group violence reduction strategy 2 years ago. It's a cornerstone of the city's crime fight, which offers money and services to those who show a potential for violence. But we heard from Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's the president of the largest neighborhood association in the Western District there, and he says he's seen no evidence of GVRS in his neighborhood.
I'm the biggest community in the Western District. We received nothing. We didn't even see them. We don't even know who they are. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
However, we know, Tom and Patrice, that city leaders have long maintained that GVRS is working.
Shannon, are we hearing from anyone in the city about the fact that the district where this was first launched, the GVRS was first launched, has actually become the deadliest district in the city?
Yeah, we actually reached out about that very question, Patrice. We heard from a spokesperson who blamed last year's police redistricting in part, and here's what they said. They said, quote, "The Western District took on additional historically violent areas. It is impossible to accurately compare crime within the old district boundaries to crime in the new district." And the spokesperson also added that GVRS has turned 127 lives around in that Western District in the last 2 years. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Police data showing Baltimore City surpassing 11,000 car thefts in 2023. That's not including carjackings. Some saying it should be a top priority for lawmakers this year.
It's a serious public safety hazard because these cars they're stolen. Usually it's juveniles that are doing it.
Lawmakers could certainly make sure that those that are caught stealing cars get punished and get punished properly.
Well, from carjackings to shootings, violence continues in 2024. A deadly shooting in Southwest Baltimore marks the city's first homicide of the year. It is one of more than 36 crimes reported across the city in the past 3 days. The shooting happened on North Bentlow Street early yesterday morning. Many neighbors say they recall hearing the gunshots, but they were unaware that someone had been killed.
That's unreal. That's unreal. How do people feel safe, especially people my age group? Just too many guns, too many murders.
It's a damn shame, that's all I can say.
Officials with the department are not yet saying what they believe led up to the shooting or if they have any leads on a suspect. Anyone with any information on the case is asked to call Baltimore police. This year's legislative session starts in 1 week. Still ahead, the ongoing battle for lawmakers to make changes to the state's juvenile crime laws.
Law enforcement sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis. Topping our next half hour, Maryland's police union president outlining the 3 issues they need to focus on.
Temperatures cold this morning as you wake up with us on this Wednesday. A lot of us are below freezing, so make sure to bundle up as you head out. We'll track what we can expect today and that weekend winter storm. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:12 now, and we need to get a check of our forecast.
That's right. You're going to be scraping the windshield if you're heading out in the next couple hours. It is cold and there's frost. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers not only talking about the frost, but the impending snow.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was driving around this morning, I saw the crusty grass out there, and I was like, oh man, this is potentially a preview for the weekend. We're definitely going to see colder temperatures and that rain-snow mix for some, and others getting some actual snow. 20s in western Maryland right now, lower 30s for Westminster and Baltimore City. We're at 28 in Bel Air, so definitely the coldest day so far this year, at least to start the day. As you head out the door, make sure to grab the jacket, the gloves, the hat, the scarf, and sunglasses, because we've got more sun on the way later this afternoon. Especially if you're going to get out for a run or a jog or even a walk this morning, make sure to layer up as those temps stay in the lower 30s. Back with your full forecast. We'll update you on the latest info that we have about our storm that's coming up this weekend.
Thank you, Justin. Well, an earthquake hits the Rockville area. Still ahead, some tips on earthquake safety measures and the importance of securing your home.
And we are expecting that first snowfall of the year. Still ahead, the essentials you might need to prepare for the winter storm. 5:14, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.516 in your consumer news. First Americans were cutting the cord. Now it appears more and more are canceling their streaming services. That has forced companies like Hulu, Netflix, and other streamers to bundle their products, offer discounts, or run ads to keep their businesses profitable. About 25% of subscribers have canceled at least 3 of the most popular streaming services over the past 2 years. Now, that figure stood at just 15% 2 years ago. From streaming services to the movies, the movie industry has 9 billion reasons to be happy this morning. That's how many dollars last year's domestic box office earned, according to ComScore. Now, analysts say that 2023's total is the highest movie sales reached since the pandemic. Among the big hits in the theaters last year were obviously Barbie and Oppenheimer, which collected $636 million and $626 million in sales. Other successful movies, including Wonka, Avengers Endgame, the Super Mario Brothers movie, and Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour. Now it's time to make a New Year's resolution And this year, doctors are recommending, I love this, a social media detox. Yes, you don't have to go cold turkey immediately, but research shows scrolling through social media for more than 30 minutes a day could increase anxiety, loneliness because you're not talking to anybody, and depression because a lot of people lie about what they're doing on social media. From social media, you can encourage people to be more present in life when you get rid of it and improve your relationships.
Trending this morning, twins share so many things, but one set of New Year's twins won't even share the same birth year. New Year's babies, twins Ezra and Ezekiel Humphrey, were born 40 minutes apart in New Jersey, but they don't share a birthday. They don't even share the same birth year. Ezra was born at 11:48 p.m. on New Year's Eve. His brother Ezekiel was born at 12:28 a.m. on New Year's Day, 2024. The kicker, Ezra now shares a birthday with his dad.
My birthday is New Year's Eve, and when she woke me up the morning of New Year's Eve, she said, "Happy birthday. I think my water broke. I need to go to the doctor." But having even one kid on your birthday, I mean, how rare, and just really cool to have that moment that we get to now share.
That is pretty spectacular. The fraternal twins are different, not just in looks, but in personalities. Ezra, born at 6 pounds, sleeps a lot, but Ezekiel, born at 4 pounds and 15 ounces, mom and dad says he doesn't stop moving.
Now to the Midwest and the Northeast could be in for a winter storm this weekend.
Forecasts have a possibility for wintry weather from St. Louis to Boston, including right here in Maryland. The system is expected to hover over the Northeast from mid-Saturday through Sunday night, leaving the possibility for several inches of snowfall. Now, while the potential of snow still a little far off, now is the time to start preparing and thinking about what you may need to do or to buy before the weather arrives. The National Weather Service recommends you get together a winter storm survival kit.
Now, you'll want to include your mobile phone and charger, along with some batteries, flashlight, first aid kit. You should include high-calorie, non-perishable food, extra clothing to keep dry, along with blankets and sleeping bags. Make sure you put those in your vehicles, too.
All right, well, it is 5:20, and let's go to the man with the answers as it relates to this winter storm.
All that sounds scary. Like,
I know.
Man, holy cow.
Well, you have to remember, Virginia, 95 a couple of years ago when they were trapped for 24 hours and no food.
That's a really good point, too, Tom. I mean, because, look, even if we end up with like 1 to 3 inches of snow along the 95 corridor, it's still going to be a high-impact event. And areas north and west of Baltimore more than likely will get at least 4, possibly 5, maybe even 6 inches of snow. So throughout the region for this weekend, we're all going to be impacted. Yes, there's probably going to be a rain-snow mix at some time. And I know the haters out there will be like, oh, nothing's going to happen. Well, more and more of these model runs keep coming in, and we see a pretty good chance that most of us will get at least some of that accumulating snow, and it's going to be the folks to the east that won't see as much of the actual winter weather. But either way, happening on the weekend, that's good, because Saturday and Sunday, a lot of people are off, kids are out of school, so we can just try to stay inside and enjoy it and watch it from the window or from the front lawn or from the living room is what I'm trying to say, looking out the window. All right, here we go. Now, it's cold this morning, and definitely the bundle up type cold. We just dropped below freezing officially at BWI. We're down to 31. No wind to speak of at this time. Overall, on our HD radar, mainly quiet conditions up and down the East Coast. Our next weather maker has actually made it on land, bringing some winter storm warnings to the Sierra Nevada mountain range. So you can see that's rain in parts of Southern California and then that snowfall along the mountains. Now, this storm has to cross the Sierra Nevada, across the Rockies, all the way across through the Central Plains before it gets here on Saturday morning. So we'll continue to be tracking this, obviously, and see what this storm is giving folks to the west and what it's going to give to us here in the east. As the kids head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up and ready to go right about 30 through 7 a.m. Mid-40s into that noon hour, and we'll be in the mid to upper 40s about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. Overall, a very nice day today. Golfers getting out there. Probably some frost a delays this morning, but mid-40s through noontime and into the upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, and not much wind to get in your way either. We'll keep those temps in the mid to upper 40s across central Maryland for your highs today. Another great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules pretty much all day. Looking at our future scan here for this afternoon, we're dry. Really no issues. Now, there is a weak system that's going to come through late tonight through tomorrow morning and into the afternoon. Some of your weather apps, and if it's not our weather app, it might be another app you have, it'll show a kind of a rain-snow mix potential. That's a very small potential. So those showers are going to come through in the overnight hours and really won't impact us. Friday looks phenomenal. So if you want to get your stuff taken down outside before that snow rolls in on Saturday, Friday is the day to do it. Here is Saturday. Look at what's going on. This is about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Now, we've got a couple of models I'm going to show you real quick. This is our in-house model, and you can see about 7, 8 a.m. We'll see some of that light blue right there with those snow showers developing. Some of the models want to bring that snow, kind of change it back over to that rain-snow mix as that warmer air tries to nudge in, but that colder air is going to be right behind that, so mixing in with that moisture through Saturday afternoon, that changes it most to snow for areas 95 and to the north and west, and we'll keep that going into Saturday night as well. This is the American model, the latest update on this, showing some of the same, those snow showers. But look what happens with this one. This shows more of the actual snow along 95 and to the west and more of that rain to the east. But it kind of puts it right along the 95 corridor for Baltimore City down through Annapolis and areas to the north and to the west. But a little bit kind of the shift. I mean, just a couple of miles difference here in this area of low pressure will decide who gets snow and who gets rain. So obviously, we'll continue to track. We're going to be weather alert all weekend. There's no doubt about that because it will be a high impact event. But that's what we're tracking. We dry out on Monday next week, and then another round of rain comes in on Tuesday. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. We're smooth sailing today, right, Mark? Good morning.
That's right, smooth sailing. Good morning, Justin. Out there right now on light rail, you'll find on-time service from end to end, and Metro Subway checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. On the MARC system, just one minor delay. It's train number 841 that's presently running about 5 on its late. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The Baltimore Police Department honors the lives lost in 2023. Still ahead this morning, the event happening today to remember the victims.
The man convicted of raping 3 Towson students is handed his sentence. Just ahead this morning, how long he's expected to stay in prison. 5:25, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. I'll look all Happening today, the Baltimore Police Department will be holding a vigil of remembrance for those who were killed in 2023. They'll be joined by Mayor Brandon Scott. It's happening tonight at the War Memorial Plaza at 6:30. A man has been sentenced to 60 years in prison after pleading guilty to 3 counts of first-degree rape.
Last February, 28-year-old Quantez Davis threatened 3 Towson students at gunpoint near Towson Circle. Prosecutors say Davis then forced them into an alley and forced them to perform a sex act. He pleaded guilty to that crime in September. On top of his prison sentence, Davis will be on the sex offender list now for the rest of his life. Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team is tracking our chance for the first significant snowfall in 2 years. Just ahead this morning, who could see the most snow this weekend?
The legislative session kicks off in exactly 1 week. Coming up, what the leader of Maryland's police union believes lawmakers need to focus on this year. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:31 is the time as we are preparing for snow. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking it for us and letting us know how much, possibly, and when.
Yeah, exactly right. Good morning to both of you, and good morning to everyone. That winter weather maker is on the way this weekend. Right now, this morning, we're tracking cold. It is very cold this morning. A lot of us are below freezing as you step out with us. 24 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 27 in Bel Air, lower 30s in Baltimore City, 35 currently in Annapolis. So your morning drive, definitely need those bun warmers on if you got them. Temps stay near or below freezing for most of the morning. We'll top out at 49 today, a little cooler tomorrow and Friday, but we stay dry. We'll track that next weather maker coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. A warning now for drivers that snow and rain can make for dangerous road conditions. AAA saying it's best to just stay home and stay off the roads. If you do need to go out, make sure you go slow. You'll also want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. When you do brake, do it slowly. Reduce your risk of sliding and watch out for bridges and overpasses. They freeze first.
And anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Well, now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network as we're looking along the Beltway this morning. Not tracking any major incidents at all on any of the major roads around the Baltimore region. Traffic moving along smoothly at the moment. We'll keep you updated on any incidents or slowdowns that occur.
Continuing coverage now, this year's legislative session starts in just 1 week, with crime expected to be a central focus in Annapolis.
A battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws as Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
Police in Maryland also sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the biggest priority for the Maryland FOP ahead of this year's session. Shannon.
Yeah, the Maryland FOP, Patrice and Tom, has a lengthy wish list ahead of the session starting next week. That includes everything from efforts to try to recruit more police officers, as well as addressing juvenile crime. And when it comes to juvenile crime, FOP leader Clyde Boatwright argues there needs to be a focus on how police and law enforcement are able to question juveniles.
It becomes a court battle. And there's no winners here if you are tied up in court battling over whether or not someone's rights were violated. What is happening with that is it stops that juvenile from getting the services they need because you don't know what problem they actually have if you can't talk to them. But it also stops the victims from getting justice.
Boatwright is talking about the Juvenile Interrogation Act. He joins several other police officers and state's attorneys who argue that law needs to be revisited. Right now, it prevents police from questioning kids without the approval of an attorney, regardless of what the parent might say. And critics argue the law hinders investigations, but supporters of the law, like State Senator Jill Carter, argue police can still interview kids if necessary.
Giving misinformation if they're saying they can't talk.
Now, other items on the FOP's legislative priority list include taking investigatory powers from the Attorney General's office and giving it back to the state's attorney's office for use of force cases. And with the concerns surrounding officer shortages, Boatwright says there needs to be a scholarship program for officers to get a higher education. Boatwright calls it a GI Bill of sorts for police. Ultimately, though, the success of these priorities will come down to how much support they get in the state House. Right now, with a Democratic supermajority in both chambers, it's unclear if there will be support for all of these efforts. Meanwhile, the session is set to start in exactly 1 week from today in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
We've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy laid out their legislative priorities last month. They want to increase probation for kids caught with a gun and require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates home monitors. They also want to classify groups who recruit children to steal cars as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
Well, the Department of Juvenile Services has faced questions about its intake policy for juvenile offenders and the current systems to rehabilitate young people. At a public safety town hall in December, Secretary Vincent Giraldi got into a heated exchange with Catherine Rosenblatt. She's the Deputy Chief of Juveniles in the city state's attorney's office.
Secretary Giraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because, and this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
Well, in a conversation with Mackenzie Frost, Rosenblatt said her office is waiting on more than 180 cases to be sent from DJS due to the department's intake process.
Currently, they act as a bit of a gatekeeper because it's their intake officers who are making the decision whether the case should be charged immediately or should be charged later, but still charged, or even not charged at all. I think there is an issue with consistency in the city.
Is public safety weighed in those decisions?
Certainly weighed by my office. It is not always factored in to DJS's sort of formula, I think, for how they're evaluating the juveniles. That's from conversations we've had with them and meetings I've been in. It is not entirely clear that they are looking at the current charges and factoring that in.
Well, Rosenblatt also says her communication with DJS has improved in recent weeks, and she's hopeful that will continue. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of this new year? So far, 87% of those who have voted responded no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Mayor Scott is looking ahead to the rest of the year when it comes to your safety. Still ahead, the numbers he's looking to tout today, despite city residents still feeling unsafe.
Prepare for showers and some snow. How this could affect the Ravens game Saturday. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local.
Renewed concerns this morning of a regional conflict brewing after a terrorist leader of Hamas was killed in strikes in southern Beirut.
We want to get right over to Megan Gill, and she's in our live center with what this could mean. Megan?
A lot surrounding all of this, guys. This is the man that you see right here. This is Salih al-Arori, and he is believed to be the mastermind of the attacks that happened in the West Bank. He was the deputy political head of Hamas and a founder of the group's military wing. His death marks the most senior Hamas figure killed since this war began. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where prior to being taken out, Washington had a reward of up to $5 million for information on al-Arori. His death could mark a major escalation in the conflict in Lebanon and spark retaliation from Lebanon's Hezbollah militia, who have already condemned the killing. Meantime, taking you live now to Gaza here this morning, where Israel continues to pull troops from that area. And this is a move that could clear the way for a new long-term phase of lower intensity fighting, and also for the possibility of another hostage deal still in the works with Hamas right now. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Recycling a treadmill, elliptical, or exercise bike can be a challenge. Still ahead this morning, the best way to dispose or resell your exercise equipment.
Scammers are always quick to take advantage when supplies fall short. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, how you can stay vigilant before you unknowingly purchase from a scammer. 5:44, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
This morning, the U.S. Geological Survey says it's received at least 1,000 reports of people feeling the 2.3 magnitude earthquake right near Rockville. Happened yesterday morning just before 1. Luckily, no one was hurt. Seismologist Dr. Tom Pratt joining the Fox 45 News at 4, saying that small earthquakes are relatively common in eastern U.S., but they do not happen the same way as larger quakes around the Pacific Rim.
We're not at a plate boundary. The nearest plate boundary is actually the mid-ocean ridge in the middle of the Atlantic. So it's a little bit of a scientific question as to why we're getting earthquakes triggered within an interior plate like this. Yet they do happen occasionally, and some large ones have happened.
Dr. Pratt says even though earthquakes are rare in Maryland, it's important to make sure your house is bolted to a foundation and you keep heavy objects away from shelves and other places where they could fall on people.
It is 5:47, and it's what everybody's talking about, the snow.
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you've been talking about it, and it really was, yesterday you were saying it's really too far out to kind of narrow it down how much we could get. And that could change also as we get closer to the weekend, but most likely we'll have some snow.
Yeah, and great transition, Tom, because that's what I was going to talk about. Patrice, good morning to you. You know, on Monday, they were saying 12, 14 inches, and then now the models are way back on that. That's why I don't put a lot of thought into those that come out early, and then as we get closer, we have a better chance. Now, yes, we are going to see a very high impact event for all of us throughout central Maryland with this weekend storm, whether it's a rain-snow mix, whether it's heavy rain, whether it's some heavy snow in northern and western Maryland. That's what we're going to be talking about. But let's talk about right now. It is cold. It is frosty this morning. Most of us are below freezing. You can check those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. 31 officially at BWI with really no wind to speak of at this time. And the HD radar is all quiet here up and down the East Coast. Our next weather maker has made it on land. It doesn't look very impressive right now, but you can see some of those snow showers in the Sierra Nevada range of California and Nevada down through Southern California with some heavier rain. They already have some winter storm warnings there. So this is going to track across the country over the next couple of days. And by the time we get to Saturday, it'll be right on our doorstep. Next few hours for you, make sure you are bundled up and have that warm beverage on your Rise and Shine cast. Low to mid 30s at sun up at 726 this morning. Overall, our temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties will be in the low to mid and even upper 40s. A very pleasant afternoon. Less wind today with plenty of sunshine. Low to mid 40s for you in Harford and Cecil counties as well. And overall, we'll see a little bit more cloud cover rolling in by the time we get into later tonight. So this afternoon, we're looking pretty good, but there is a weak weather maker that'll pass through late tonight and bring us a few showers, maybe some flakes mixed in there by late tonight into early tomorrow morning. But tomorrow afternoon, the wind is going to pick back up and will dry out. Friday looks great. This ridge of high pressure keeps us nice and dry up and down the East Coast. And then obviously the storm that we're all talking about. So I'm going to show you a couple of different weather models. This is what we call our in-house model. This takes us through 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. It really all is the timing and where that area of low pressure sets up. If you've lived here for any amount of time, you know where the low is depends on what happens with the precipitation. We're all getting precipitation. The form of precip depends on where the low is. So you can see the light blue right there, 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Most of us along the 95 corridor and to the west. No doubt that areas west of 95 will get the snow. It's kind of where that line is because you can see at 11 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, it shows kind of that rain-snow mix, but then that colder air trying to kind of back into that into Saturday afternoon and evening time, and some of those snow showers left over into Sunday as well. So we'll get some accumulating snow for most of us. Again, the next few days are going to be just fine, but those numbers are coming down, and you can see the weather alert symbols Saturday and Sunday. We will be full weather alert for the weekend. All right, Mark Jones now with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden train 843 with a 5 minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail keeping to the schedule, no delays or issues, and Metro Subway operating on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Baltimore City seeing fewer than 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. What this could mean for the future of Baltimore's safety initiatives. 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We are all local all morning.
5:54, a new year means new laws going into effect impacting gun rights and immigration. The National Desk Angela Brown has the changes heading into 2024.
One of the most controversial new laws going into effect this year is from Texas, making illegal immigration a state-level crime, giving local police the authority to arrest migrants entering illegally. The ACLU posting they are suing. Now to Michigan, 4 gun laws take effect, including requiring safe storage, universal background checks, creating red flag laws, and a gun ban for those convicted of domestic violence. New York's Clean Slate Act becomes law this year as well. It will seal criminal records for misdemeanors after 3 years and felonies after 8, as long as the offender does not commit another crime. The law does not apply to records involving convictions for murder, sex crimes, domestic terrorism, or other serious crimes. And now to Alabama, where some are calling this a win for hourly workers. Overtime pay for more than 40 hours per week will not be taxed by the state. The tax break lasts until June 30th, 2025. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
One of the most impactful new laws in Maryland is the minimum wage change that happened a year earlier. It's now $15 an hour, up from $13.25 last year. Taxpayer advocate David Williams says the change sounds positive on the surface, but there are some hidden costs.
Whenever you increase the cost of a business, they send that to the consumer, right? That the consumer has to pay for that. So when you go into a store, you're paying more for that product because wages are higher. So consumers are going to see that. And listen, even though inflation has cooled a little bit, people don't want to pay more. People are still, struggling to make ends meet. So I'm really concerned about that. Now, if they don't pass the cost along, what's going to happen is they're going to have to let people go because they just don't have the money to pay everyone $15 an hour.
Williams went on to say the minimum wage hike will hurt small businesses who operate on smaller margins.
Williams also talked about the push to increase the hourly tipped wage for Baltimore City restaurant workers from $3.63 to $15 an hour. He sided with the Restaurant Association of Maryland, saying the wage increase will hurt employees in the long run.
People tip less when you increase the minimum wage. And this isn't just theory anymore. We've seen this not in D.C., only in D.C., but in other places. And people won't go out as much. They may not go to a restaurant because it's more expensive.
They're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
Maryland is one of 22 states to increase its minimum wage this year. Washington, D.C. now has the highest hourly minimum wage in the country at just over $17.
In your consumer news, Israel's war on Hamas is being felt beyond its borders, and that's prompting fear that the conflict will become regional and global oil prices will rise. Iran is stationing a naval vessel in the Red Sea after the U.S. sank 3 Houthi boats there. That group has Iran's backing and is threatening the vital trade route. If oil tankers cannot get through the Red Sea, it could increase the cost of oil and drive up prices at the pump.
Meanwhile, credit card debt is following some Americans into the new year. The Lending Tree Credit Card Confidence Index shows only about half of American credit card holders think they can pay off their December debt in full. The Federal Reserve reports the balance of national credit card debt currently stands at $1.08 trillion, and the average interest rate has reached 21%, the highest point recorded in nearly 3 decades. The box office closed 2023 with its highest sales since the beginning of the pandemic.
Analytics company Comscore reports the box office reached more than $9 billion. That's still $2 billion lower compared to yearly movie ticket sales made in pre-pandemic years. But Comscore says 2023 domestic box office saw a 300% rise from 2020 as blockbuster films like Barbie and Oppenheimer contributed to the growth in sales.
We are tracking our next weather maker of the winter variety. We'll be talking about what it could do to your weekend plans.
Mayor Scott will hold a press conference here at City Hall this morning to talk about the effort that was taken to drive down homicides over the past year and how we can continue that effort into the new year. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the strategies and just how effective they've been.
Maryland's 2024 legislative session is a week away. The question about how to address rampant juvenile crime remains up in the air.
as the president of the Maryland Police Union lays out his plan in a sit-down with Fox 45 News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
A storm this weekend could end Baltimore's nearly 2-year snowless streak of major East Coast cities. Baltimore has gone the longest without seeing at least an inch of snow at 715 days.
Last time Baltimore saw more than an inch of snow was late January 2022. The city got about an inch and a half of snow then.
It's got me all choked up.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, good morning on this Wednesday, January 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, other people may get choked up if you're heading out to the Ravens game. Meteorologist Justin Chambers saying the snow could impact that.
Yep.
Yeah, and that could be a significant game, too.
Absolutely. Good morning to both of you. Yeah, you got to go back to January 3rd. So exactly 2 years ago to the day, we had 6.8 inches of snow. That was in 2022. And last year, we had 200ths of an inch of snow for the entire year. So whatever we get this weekend is going to be something to be talking about, which is what we're doing. But right now, it's cold, and that's what we're talking about. Looking out over the town here this morning, over the city, over about an hour or so away from that sun coming up. Look at these numbers this morning, guys. We're talking about mid to upper 20s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 28, 29 currently in Brooklyn Park. So a frosty morning, a pleasant afternoon ahead, but we're definitely tracking that winter weather moving in this weekend. We'll take a closer look at that and what we're going to see and how it will impact you in just a few.
As Justin mentioned, our Fox 45 weather team is tracking that winter storm moving into our region this weekend and the potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years. There's a lot of people talking, good and bad.
Yeah, that's true. Megan Gillen is at our live center with some of the reaction coming in this morning and some safety tips to keep in mind. Megan.
We're hearing it all, guys. Obviously still a few days out here, but the State Highway Administration saying they are ready. They are reminding us that they have this great website to keep us informed. It is their statewide transportation operations response map. And what this does, guys, it allows you to track where crews are plowing in real time or even just out and about. Right now, we've got 47 trucks out doing just regular road work, maybe even some preparations as we inch closer to the weekend. They're also providing some safety reminders. Again, reminders hopefully for many of you as we inch closer to this weekend storm. And it starts with just preparing. Check your car from the tires, windshield washer fluid, fuel. Make sure you're ready to go. Make sure you've got an emergency kit in the car. Things to include would be a flashlight, jumper cables, blanket, water, just to name a few. Now, if you get stuck on the road, they advise you to assess the situation and most importantly, make sure you are safe where you are waiting and then call for help. If you can stay in your car, remain vigilant. They are urging drivers to stay buckled and face forward. They describe a potential danger commonly referred to as the moth effect. And this is where drivers often kind of drift toward lights or objects that attract their attention. And then finally, remember, it is state law to move over or slow down when approaching any stopped or parked vehicles with warning signals that are flashing. So hopefully the timing of all of this, when we look at that radar falling on the weekend, will allow for more people to be able to stay off those roads and safe inside their homes. But certainly the idea of any snow is exciting for people. They're talking about it. Let's start with Mike. This is my favorite one. He said, I can make this not happen in two ways. I can either buy new tires for my truck or simply get out my snow thrower. That is sure to make it not snow. Michael saying, I'll believe it when I see it. Linda saying they're going to have people running and emptying every store and then it's going to rain. But we've got a lot of people. This was on my Facebook page. Linda saying, I'll believe it when I see it. But then she says, bring it on. I hope we get a big one this year. And Janella, Justin, are you listening? She says, I am staying updated with every report that Justin Chambers is giving. He's going to keep you ready for this one. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
All right, we're all just depending on Justin for this one. Anytime severe weather hits, though, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. You just need to search WBFF in your app store. 6:03 now and happening today. Mayor Brandon Scott will hold the news conference to talk about public safety and the work his administration and other leaders have done to drive the number of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in 9 years.
Yeah, in fact, this graph right here shows homicide trends from January 2020 through October of 2023. And you'll notice the first 2 summers of the Scott administration saw a spike in murders, which helped drive the number of homicides over 300 each of those years. However, that didn't happen in the summer of 2023. In August of 2022, Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron announced his so-called Al Capone style of prosecution, which he says uses a range of laws to prosecute repeat offenders, violent offenders, and keep them off the streets.
This Al Capone model of prosecution is designed to take violent people off the streets by any appropriate legal means necessary.
Then 1 year ago, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office. In his inaugural speech, he told the city he would be tough on crime, and he had a strong message for any potential criminals.
So I say to you, that's thinking about grabbing your illegal handgun and going on the streets of Baltimore City, grab your toothbrush as well, because you're going to need it.
And then we see another drop around July of 2023. It was around that time that Eric Barron and Ivan Bates announced a few big wins. In the span of just a few days, the 2 offices announced 8 different defendants pleading guilty or being sentenced for gun crimes. All of them were repeat violent offenders. Barron says that was the result of their partnership, and it's clear.
Homicides are down 25%, and non-fatal shootings are down 6.5%. And we think it's clear, and the data demonstrates that it's because we're working as a team. We're working collaboratively.
While it's not clear what the mayor will bring up during his news conference that's scheduled today, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of his public safety plan. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a preview of today's news conference and a closer look at whether mayor's strategy is working. Shannon?
Yeah, and it's not so straightforward, Tom. We know that the homicide rate is down citywide, but it's actually up some 28% over in the Western District. And you'll recall that's the very district where the city declared that its strategy was working. More on that in just a minute. But first, let's take a closer look at what's ahead in this news conference a little bit later on this morning. It's set to happen here at City Hall at 11 a.m. Now, the mayor's office says that the mayor and other city leaders will discuss the work done to drive last year's decrease in homicides and strategies to maintain that progress here in 2024. Meanwhile, though, those who live in the city's Western District will tell you that last year proved to be a dangerous one. By the end of the year, this district had seen 41 homicides, making it the deadliest district in the city. This district also happens to be the same district where the city launched its group violence reduction strategy 2 years ago. Now, that's a cornerstone of the city's crime fight, which offers money and services to those who show a potential for violence. But we heard from Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's the president of the largest neighborhood association in the Western District, and he says he's seen no evidence of GVRS in his neighborhood.
I'm the biggest community in the Western District. We received nothing. We didn't even see them. We don't even know who they are. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
However, city leaders Tom and Patrice have long maintained that GVRS is reducing crime, so some conflicting opinions there.
Shannon, the district where GVRS was first launched has now become actually the deadliest district in the city. Are we hearing from anyone about that?
Yeah, we reached out to a city spokesperson about that, Patrice, and they are in part blaming it on police's redistricting last year. Here's what they had to say about it. They say, quote, "The Western District took on additional historically violent areas. It is impossible to accurately compare crime within the old district boundaries to crime in the new district." And the spokesperson also adds that GVRS has turned 127 lives around in that Western District over the past 2 years. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of the new year? So far, 88% of those who have voted responded no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
As lawmakers get ready to head back to Annapolis next week, Maryland's top prosecutors outlined their plans to combat juvenile crime.
Former President Trump appeals a ruling that would keep him off the Maine 2024 ballot. Just ahead this morning, who he's accusing of bias.
And our temperatures are cold this morning. Make sure you bundle up before you head out. We're below freezing for most of us. We're tracking your temps today and that weekend weather maker. It's all coming up in just a few.
And let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network as we're looking along the Beltway this morning. We're not tracking any major incidents. There is one issue 95 South right before the Harbor Tunnel southbound there. There's one vehicle. It's over on the right-hand side. You'll see some flashing lights there. Everybody else, you're moving along smoothly. No slowdowns. Time now 6:09. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .612 is the time, and of course, it's all about the snow coming up this weekend.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here tracking our first chance for snow for this year and how much and when and all of the good news.
all the stuff, right? And actual snowfall, too, because we've had a few kind of little events. If you remember, late November, even into December, we had some flakes. We saw a little bit of light accumulation, but the weekend winter storm, the snow's going to begin early Saturday. A rain-snow mix through the early part of the afternoon. The heaviest snowfall still looks to be to the north and to the west of Baltimore and the I-95 corridor, but that's what we're tracking here throughout the course of the morning. Temperatures cold right now, mid to upper 20s. Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 28. And if you're out for a run or a jog, make sure to layer up as those temperatures stay cold for the next few hours.
The recovery efforts in Japan are kicking into high gear following a massive earthquake there. The short time frame rescuers are working with. And we are starting off the new year as staffing shortages remain a problem within Baltimore City. Just ahead this morning in our 8 o'clock hour, what you may need to change to bring the numbers back up. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
6:15 and making your headlines this Wednesday morning, former President Donald Trump trying to get back on the main primary ballot in 2024. 45th president and current Republican presidential frontrunner is asking a court in that state to overturn the decision that led to his removal. In the filing, Trump accuses the Democrat Maine Secretary of State, Shanna Bellows, of bias. Last week, Bellows said that she had a legal obligation to take Trump off the ballot because of his actions during the January 6th siege on the U.S. Capitol. Trump is also dealing with the 14th Amendment-related challenges to his ability to run for president in numerous states. They include Colorado, where the state Supreme Court removed Trump from its primary ballot. He's now back on it, as the Supreme Court is expected to get involved in this issue. And any ruling from the High Court would be the final say on the matter in all states where Trump's eligibility is now in question.
Japanese rescue workers continue to look for earthquake survivors as many of them are huddling for warmth and food. Disaster responders combed through flattened homes in the peninsula town of Suzu on Wednesday in Japan's western coastal area. A 7.6 magnitude earthquake rattled Japan on New Year's Day, killing 62 people, as dozens are believed to be trapped under collapsed buildings, and at least 22 of the known dead are in Suzu. Rescuers are racing against time as officials say survival prospects greatly diminish after 3 days.
Japanese rescue workers continue looking for earthquake survivors as many huddle for warmth and try and find food.
Disaster responders, as we just said, are combing through the flattened homes in that town of Suzu in Japan's western coastal area. But right now, we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who is talking about what's coming our way. And we're talking about the potential for our first snowfall in years.
Yeah, and you get a taste of it today because you have to find those scrapers. I couldn't find mine. It's been gone for a couple of years. And when you want to go scrape
mine out. I bought a new one this year. That's why I had it handy.
There you go. That and sleds, because we're talking about some possibility of some accumulation this weekend.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. Same thing with me. I don't know where the heck our scraper is because I put it away and I was like, it doesn't snow here. We're good. But yeah, we are going to need all of that. You'll need the scraper if you have the car outside this morning. Maybe you get that CD Jewel case if you remember doing that. If you didn't have a scraper, you're like, well, I'll just use this U2 CD and try to scrape it out. But either way, right now temperatures in the upper 20s. So 28 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. And yeah, most of us are hanging out below freezing right now. Definitely a cold morning. Up and down the 95 corridor, we are good to go and not really much of anything. But our next weather maker already on land in California and Nevada, the Sierra Nevada mountain range, seeing the snow and the winter storm warnings there. So it's going to track across the country before it moves in on Saturday morning and into Sunday as well. And kids, I know you want a snow day, but this storm is coming on the weekend. But that's also good for you because you can get out and play in it once that storm system rolls through. Upper 20s this morning, beep, beep. Make sure those kids are bundled up, heading to the bus stop, and back to the mid 40s by noon. When you pick the kids up 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're talking mid to upper 40s overall, not looking too bad. Oh yeah, Hank's excited for the snow. He's got to find a place to kind of burrow and hang out with those showers coming in this weekend. But mid 30s through 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Wordcast, and mid to upper 40s as we take you to the afternoon. And checking these numbers here across central Maryland, most of us are going to stay in the mid to upper 40s, which is in the above average category for early January. Those 40s will continue up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. So again, the weekend winter storm, the snow is going to begin early on Saturday. We'll see a rain-snow mix for some of us through the early afternoon, and that heaviest snowfall, as is typically what happens, is going to be to the north and the west of Baltimore and the 95 corridor. So this is kind of a preliminary map here to show you what's going on, and pretty much all of us in northern Hartford, Baltimore, and Carroll County back into Frederick County are going to see the snowfall right along that 95 corridor and areas to the east, kind of that rain-snow mix. And pretty much everyone from Annapolis down to the south and to the east and the eastern shore will be dealing with rain from this next weather maker. So the future scan for today and tomorrow looks great. Really not much to get in our way. There's a weak system that'll come through tonight that'll bring a few showers. We're breezy tomorrow. Friday looks great. Nice ridge of high pressure. And then we get into what's happening on Saturday. And this model right here showing us that by about 8 o'clock Saturday morning, some of us will start to see some of those flakes flying and potentially starting to add up a bit. This model shows us more of the actual snow along the 95 corridor through about 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. But notice the rain is to the east, and then that snow will continue into Saturday night, kind of that rain-snow mix back behind that, bringing a little bit more of those flakes flying into Sunday, so adding to our snow totals on Sunday morning, and then kind of some leftover flakes before that system moves out of here into Sunday evening. So 7-day forecast, next couple days will be in the upper 40s, lower 40s on Friday, and then there are the weather alert days, and we will be weather alert all weekend long, tracking this winter weather maker. So we'll continue to talk about it, and you got to get prepared now. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thanks for the heads up. Time to get into action. Out on the roadways now in our Lynn Stroller Traffic Network, we are tracking one incident on 95 South near the Harbor Tunnel. There is one vehicle involved. One of the shoulders is closed as that car's there. You can see the flashing lights, but you can also see that traffic still moving along just fine in that area. So not a big concern, just something to keep an eye on. Let's check in now with Mark Jones of the MTA and get a check of mass transit. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 407 operating with a 30 to 35-minute delay. Penn Train 400 operating 10 minutes late, and Camden 845 with a 5-minute delay. Time for travel in those instances. Light rail checking in on schedule in both directions there, and Metro Subway looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Figuring out what to do with old or unwanted workout equipment might feel like a strain, but you do have some options. Just ahead in our Consumer Reports how you can get rid of that big, expensive equipment.
And start off the new year with a healthy start. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we make a tasty, healthy breakfast options that you'll have you feeling great as you strive for your goals in 2024. You don't want to miss this one.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$6.25. Maybe you have a treadmill at home that really just serves as an expensive coat rack, or maybe it's just run its course.
Yeah, well, it's tough to figure out what to do with those old or unwanted workout equipment. Consumer Reports has a couple ideas. For more than 20 years, fitness coach David Poland helps people achieve their goals.
Having the consistency and the discipline every day to be able to reach those long-term goals by having short-term victories is ultimately how you're going to get there.
But if you have a machine that you're just not into, don't break a sweat about getting rid of it.
If the equipment is in good shape, potentially you could sell it online or someone locally, or obviously you could always donate the equipment to somebody that might use it.
Check with pre-owned sports stores like Play It Again Sports and organizations such as Habitat for Humanity and their Restores, the Salvation Army, or local schools and community centers to find out if they will take used exercise equipment. You can also sell those items online on websites like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace.
If the manufacturer doesn't have a recycling program, contact your city or municipality to see if there's a recycling program for exercise equipment. If not, some cities do offer bulk trash pickup, and you may need to contact a junk removal company that will pick it up for a fee.
Because workout equipment is an investment, Consumer Reports puts treadmills, ellipticals, and rowing machines through rigorous tests so you can buy the right one for your family. Here are some top contenders. The Peloton treadmill. It's a good treadmill and the best if you use it with its subscription. The Soul E95S elliptical earned top scores in Hydro Rower. Was also one of their favorites. Poland says workouts should be fun.
Whether it's, you're working in home or at a gym, find something that is going to work out long term for you, something you enjoy doing, something you want to do on a regular basis.
Well, before buying, make sure you're buying anything new. Look at the warranty and service options that are offered. Consumer Reports says many treadmills have years of coverage on parts and lifetime warranties for the frame and motor.
The wait is almost over when Ravens fans can purchase tickets for the 2024 playoffs.
The legislative session kicks off in exactly 1 week from today. Coming up with the leader of Maryland's police union believes lawmakers need to focus on.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. It's a weather Wednesday around here. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Christmas lights are still up. There's a little bit of frost on them this morning, and it could get a lot worse this weekend.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast. I did have to put some defrost on this morning, but you're going to have to shovel off the cars come the weekend.
Yeah, and, you know, Tom was mentioning earlier, get the scrapers ready and kind of, you know, think now, today, tomorrow, and Friday for like, all right, where's my snow brush? Where's the snow blower? Do I have my shovel? Do I have the stuff for the sidewalk, you know, the salt or the sand or whatever you got? This is a beautiful shot right now of that moon that is up there, and we have some clouds hanging around at this time. It is cold, friends. Let me tell you, area-wide, 20s and 30s up and down the mid-Atlantic and 95 corridor, 29 currently in Richmond, 27 even down the ocean looking around Salisbury and areas to the east. So a frosty morning, very pleasant afternoon. Today looks great, so does tomorrow. Even Friday's not looking too bad, but we're tracking that winter weather for the weekend. So Mr. Bo says get the heater flow going, upper 20s and lower 30s next few hours as you head out on your frosty Wednesday morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now make sure you watch us Saturday night, with Jasmine, and wake up with Amy Sunday morning as this next weather maker is moving through our area. Our team of meteorologists will be tracking the storm all weekend long and letting you know what you need to do to prepare for it.
And anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Continuing coverage this morning, this year's legislative session starts in 1 week, with crime expected to be a central focus in Annapolis.
A battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws as Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
Police in Maryland are also sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the biggest priorities for the Maryland's Fraternal Order of Police ahead of this year's session. Shannon?
Yeah, the Maryland FOP, Tom and Patrice, has a lengthy wish list ahead of next week's session that starts next week. And that includes everything from ways to get more police officers recruited to addressing juvenile crime. When it comes to juvenile crime, FOP leader Clyde Boatwright argues there needs to be a focus on changing the way police are able to question young people.
It becomes a court battle. And there's no winners here if you are tied up in court battling over whether or not someone's rights were violated. What is happening with that is it stops that juvenile from getting the services they need because you don't know what problem they actually have if you can't talk to them. But it also stops the victims from getting justice.
Boatwright is talking about the Juvenile Interrogation Act. He joins several other police officers, state's attorneys who argue this law needs to be revisited. Right now, it prevents police from questioning kids without the approval of an attorney, regardless of what the parent might say. And critics argue the law hinders investigations. But supporters of the law, though, like State Senator Jill Carter, argue police can still interview kids if necessary.
Giving misinformation if they're saying they can't talk.
On the FOP's legislative priority list include taking investigatory powers from the Attorney General's office and giving it back to the state's attorney's office for use of force cases. And with the concern surrounding officer shortages, Boatwright says there needs to be a scholarship program for officers to get a higher education. Boatwright calls it a GI Bill of sorts for police. Ultimately, though, the success of these priorities will depend on just how much support they get in the state house. And remember, with a Democratic supermajority in both chambers, it's unclear whether they will get that support for everything that's on this list there. But the session, again, is set to start exactly 1 week from today in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy laid out their legislative priorities last month. They want to see increased probation for children that were caught with a gun and require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates their home monitoring, and also classify groups who recruit children to steal cars as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
The Department of Juvenile Services has faced questions about its intake policy for juvenile offenders and the current systems to rehabilitate young people. At a public safety town hall in December, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi got into a heated exchange with Catherine Rosenblatt, who is the Deputy Chief of Juveniles in the City State's Attorney's Office.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because... And this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
In a conversation with Mackenzie Frost, Rosenblatt said her office is waiting on more than 180 cases to be sent from DJS due to the department's intake process.
Currently, they act as a bit of a gatekeeper because it's their intake officers who are making the decision whether the case should be charged immediately or should be charged later but still charged, or even not charged at all. I think there is an issue with consistency in the city.
Is public safety weighed in those decisions?
Certainly weighed by my office. It is not always factored in to DJS's sort of formula, I think, for how they're evaluating the juveniles. That's from conversations we've had with them and meetings I've been in. It is not entirely clear that they are looking at the current charges and factoring that in.
Rosenblatt says her communication with DJS has improved in recent weeks, and she is hopeful that will continue. Tensions rising in the Middle East after a terrorist leader for Hamas was killed. What this means for those on the front lines.
Cold this morning with afternoon temperatures in the 40s. Plus, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker, bringing winter weather this weekend.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A foggy New Year's morning off the Great Salt Lake. This bank rolled in around 8 a.m., but drone video above the blanket reveals a stunning sun. Elsewhere in Utah, a triad of snow, ice, and fog along Bear Lake, which straddles the Utah-Idaho border. And fresh sunrises, the gift of mornings, like this one along Driftwood Beach on Georgia's Jekyll Island.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Renewed concerns this morning of a regional conflict brewing after a terrorist leader of Hamas was killed in strikes in southern Beirut.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what this could all mean. Megan.
Yeah, what we're hearing, guys, first of all, this is Salih al-Arori right there, believed to be the mastermind of the attacks that we saw in the West Bank. He was the deputy political head of Hamas and a founder of the group's military wing. His death marks the most senior Hamas figure killed since the war began. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where prior to being taken out, we know Washington had a reward of up to $5 million for information on al-Arori. His death could mark a major escalation in the conflict in Lebanon and spark retaliation from Lebanon's Hezbollah militia, who, by the way, have already condemned the killing. Taking you live now to Gaza, where we know Israel, meantime, continues to pull troops from that area, a move that could clear the way for a new long-term phase of lower intensity fighting, and also for the possibility maybe of another hostage deal that is still in the works with Hamas right now. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
New questions this morning surrounding a body discovered in Perry Hall on Tuesday morning.
60 years behind bars. That's what one man will face for the rape of 3 Towson students. Those stories ahead.
.45 and now to your morning rush. New questions this morning surrounding a body that was discovered in Perry Hall yesterday morning. Police say a man was found on the side of the road near Gunpowder Falls State Park and showed obvious signs of trauma.
Caller saying it's a body in a ditch and that they are 10-7, hands pale, and head bloody, bag next to him.
That audio comes from police dispatch. According to county police, a passerby noticed a man lying in the ditch off of Bel Air Road right near Gunpowder State Falls Park. They called 911 just before 8:30 in the morning on New Year's Day. Once on scene, officers located the body, confirmed the man was in fact deceased, and says that he had obvious signs of trauma. We're told an autopsy is being performed to determine a cause and manner of death. if this case is in fact labeled a homicide, it will be the county's first of 2024. The victim's age and identity have not been released.
Making your headlines this morning, a man has been sentenced to 60 years in prison after pleading guilty to 3 counts of first-degree rape. Now, February 28-year-old Quantez David, seen here on your screen, threatened 3 Towson University freshmen and gunpoint right near Towson Circle. Prosecutors say Davis then forced them into an alley and forced them to perform a sex act. He pleaded guilty to that crime in September. On top of his prison sentence, Davis will now be on the sex offender list for the rest of his life.
This morning, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to give an update to his 2024 public safety plan.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now from City Hall with a look at what the mayor says is a cornerstone of his plan. Shannon?
Yeah, and whether or not that plan has worked, Tom and Patrice, is not so straightforward. We have seen that the city homicides have dropped over the last year, but over in the Western District, the homicide rate is actually up some 28%. And you may recall that is the same district where the city says its strategy is working. And so how a spokesperson is explaining that jump in killings in that area, that's coming up in 15 minutes. Plus, we'll take a closer look at how some other city and state leaders may be playing a key role in that drop in homicides. Again, that's all coming up at 7. Now back to you.
Snow is on the way, and there is a pretty decent chance that the Baltimore area will see the first significant snowfall in 2 years. Question is, what does significant mean?
Right, and this morning, take a look at that top screen right there. That's a beautiful sunrise here, but it's the middle shot in the Futurecast, along with a live look of the harbor, and that harbor shot where Justin's standing in front of that looks like everything's great right now.
For now, but dun 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 dun.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what we're tracking as we head into the weekend. We got a really pretty sunrise right now with some clouds hanging out at this time. It is cold, so if you haven't stepped outside yet, you will need to make sure you bundle up because these numbers are colder than we've seen pretty much any time this week. We're at 28 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much wind to speak of, and those numbers are going to stay in the 20s and 30s as we head through the rest of the morning. So make sure as you rise and shine with us, enjoy some breakfast and coffee, that coffee is of the warm variety. Sun comes up at 7:26. Notice that sunset another minute later. So those sunset times are getting later. The sunrise times are still hanging out right after 7:25-ish. Now, if you're hanging out there in White Marsh in the Avenue in the 10 o'clock hour, we'll be in the upper 30s, and numbers for the afternoon in the mid to upper 40s. As we take you later into the afternoon and even to the evening time, we'll see those temps hanging out in the mid 40s. So it should be a pretty nice day for today. But low to mid and upper 40s across central Maryland. We're seeing those numbers in Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 40s in Towson, almost 50 in Dundalk for this afternoon. We'll see those temperatures in Hartford and Cecil counties in those mid 40s, even low to mid 40s, rising sun northeast up into Elkton, 45 Aberdeen and Perryman as well. Up and down the central Maryland area and the 95 corridor, well, this is what we're tracking, the weekend winter storm. That snow is going to begin early on Saturday morning, kind of a rain-snow mix for some of us through the early afternoon with the heaviest snowfall amounts to the north and to the west, especially as we get into Saturday night. And when you look at this picture right here, you can see this is a kind of a classic setup for these systems where you had that kind of rain snow line right along 95 and to the east, and then that changes over to pretty much all rain with the warmer air for Annapolis out into the eastern shore. But most of us here, northern Baltimore County, Hartford County, pretty much all of Carroll County and northern Howard County will get some of that snow as the system rolls in. So everything is good to go for today, and we'll see the potential of a few showers late tonight into early tomorrow morning, maybe a few flakes mixed in there, but not much with that weather maker. We'll be breezy tomorrow afternoon. Friday looks great with plenty of sunshine under this nice ridge of high pressure. And then Saturday morning, we'll start to see what's going on with this next weather maker. So this model shows those snow showers developing about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And you can see that kind of changes over to green through midday. But then as we get later into the afternoon, that colder air comes down from the upper levels of the atmosphere all the way down to the surface. And that is bringing those snow showers with us here. And as that low tracks to the north and the east, the wrap around with that colder air and the moisture will bring that snow to those those regions we just talked about. This model, this is the American model, and this puts more of the snowfall kind of from D.C. up into the Baltimore region and all the way up the 95 corridor, still keeping the eastern shore on the rain side, but then that colder air still coming in into Saturday night and Sunday morning. Some leftover snow showers will be around. So MLK Day just 12 days away. We're 30 days out from Groundhog Day. 6 weeks from today is Valentine's Day. And if you want spring and the time change, well, 67 days from right now until we spring forward. We will be weather alert Saturday and Sunday for this next weather maker. This will be our first significant winter storm we've had in years, well, at least the last couple years, and then a little bit drier into early next week.
Thank you, Justin. Looking ahead this morning, tickets for the Ravens playoff run are about to go on sale as they are lit up purple today. Live look from M&T Bank Stadium starting this Friday at 10 o'clock Friday morning. Fans will be able to get tickets for the divisional round. That game will be taking place either the 20th or the 21st. And if you'd like to get your tickets, head to BaltimoreRavens.com/playoff tickets.
From cutting the cord to now cutting streaming subscriptions like Hulu, Netflix, and Disney+. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at this new trend.
Mayor Brandon Scott is holding a press conference this morning touting his administration's milestones for public safety. Details coming up at the top of the next hour.
Oh, well, now, speaking of all the snow headed our way and the frost that's on your windshield this morning, before you head out there, you want something in your hand.
It's time to sit back and enjoy a coffee break.
Stock futures trending downward this morning. Tuesday's Dow added 25 points, but the S&P and NASDAQ dropping 27 and 245 points respectively.
This comes after the stock market ended 2023 with a bang, with the S&P climbing for 9 weeks in a row to end the year. According to a new survey by LendingTree, just half of America's credit card customers feel they can pay off their December balance in full, which is an all-time low in terms of customer confidence.
Now, in November, 58% felt the same. The national credit card balance stands at $1 trillion, and the average interest rate has reached 21%, highest point recorded by the Federal Reserve in 3 decades.
Could bad market conditions for buying a house reverse course this year in 2024?
Yeah, industry watchers say yes, but not by much.
A report says real estate experts think this year could see more home sales and better mortgage rates, but potential home buyers may not see major changes in the market to help them.
Well, mortgage interest rates are not expected to fall below 6%. Realtor.com says they will average in the 6.8% range in 2024.
While availability will improve, you may still have to pay more to get it. The National Association of Realtors says the median home price will be more than $389,000 in 2024.
Many Americans are canceling some of their streaming services.
Data shows a quarter of subscribers canceled at least 3 major streaming services over the past 2 years.
National correspondent Janae Bowens explains the trend.
How many streaming services do I have? How many fingers do we have? Seriously, we are on Peacock, Hulu, Amazon, Apple TV.
Rashonda Pratt is a wife and mom of 3 who's trying to cut down on streaming services.
$15 here, $25 here.
But Rashonda is not the only one cutting back. Data from Antenna, a subscription analytics company, estimates an increase in monthly churn, meaning subscription cancellations or lapses. In November 2022, the monthly churn rate was at 5.1%. In November 2023, that number rose to 6.3%.
We actually see this cohort of consumers that we've deemed serial churners.
Brendan Brady, the media and entertainment lead for Antenna, says the churn rate is complex because many people who leave an app come back. Consumers are no longer forced into loyalty.
In the cable world, right, you can't not pay for VH1 in 1 month, but have access to MTV, right? That's just not something that was on the table. You sort of had all or nothing. But in a streaming world, you can have Netflix 1 month, Apple TV Plus the next month, and then add Max and then add Peacock on top of that.
Rashonda says streaming is convenient, but she's pushing her family members to choose their favorites so they aren't subscribed to too many services.
The people that we're buying the streaming product from now have to give us something that's worthy of us streaming.
We can expect to see a lot more bundle deals and promotions from streaming services looking to keep and get customers. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
We're tapping into the forecast here as I pop into the shot, showing you exactly what's going on. There's a lot of stuff going on back in that weather center, so we'll be tracking that next weekend winter weather maker and what you can expect.
Mayor Brendan Scott will hold a press conference here at City Hall this morning to talk about the strategies to drive down homicides over the 2023 year. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at those strategies and just how effective they've been.
Baltimore City saw more than 11,000 car thefts in 2023, and city residents are begging for change, the action they want to see from state leaders in the upcoming legislative session.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, January 3rd, the calm before the literal storm coming up. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Our Fox 45 weather team tracking a winter storm moving into our region this weekend. Potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years, and it's got a lot of people talking. You're taking a live look of our future scan, which shows the system coming in from the west, and that's Saturday at 4 p.m.
Our Fox 45 morning news team is getting you prepared for the weekend winter weather.
In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be joining us from our live center with the safety tips to keep in mind.
But we want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who has been tracking this next weather maker for the past few days. And it's feeling cold enough out there this morning, Justin, for some snow, but we got to wait a few more days.
Yeah, no doubt about that. If we had any kind of moisture right now, we'd be talking about some snow for your Wednesday morning. It's mainly frost that you're dealing with today, but for that weekend winter storm, that snow is going to begin early Saturday. More of a rain-snow mix through the early afternoon, at least for some of us. The farther east you are, the more rain you will see. The farther north and west you are, we're talking about the heaviest snowfall. And that's typically where we see those heaviest snowfall amounts. That's where that colder air is going to reside, and that's where most of the region will see that snow that will be falling. But we haven't had measurable snow like this in a couple of years, so that's why we got to prepare now. We're at 24 degrees, cold this morning in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 29 Essex and Middle River, lower 30s for you, Elk Ridge over through Brooklyn Park, and right about 28 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. For today, man, really nice, mid to upper 40s, a little bit of a light wind, but sunny skies out there. Should top out close to 49 for your afternoon high. We'll get back together in a few minutes, take you through some of the model runs, what we're thinking with what's going to be taking place this weekend and how it's going to impact you. Now, in the meantime, let's head over to Megan Gillen in our live center with more. Good morning, Meg.
Yeah, Justin, the State Highway Administration, they are preparing already for this storm that's still a few days away. They are reminding drivers about this. This is their statewide transportation operations response map. This will be your friend over the weekend. It allows you to track where crews are plowing, where the trucks are in real time. Right now, they've got 74 trucks out there doing normal road work, maybe some early preparations. They're also providing some safety reminders. Hopefully these are reminders as we inch closer to the weekend storm here. And it starts with simply preparing. Check your car, check those tires, make sure you've got windshield washer fluid and fuel. Make sure you have an emergency kit in the car. They recommend putting a flashlight in it, some jumper cables, a blanket, water, just to name a few. Now, if you get stuck on the road, they advise you to assess the situation. Most importantly, make sure that you are safe where you are waiting and call for help. If you can stay in your car while you're waiting for help, they remind you to remain vigilant, urging drivers to stay buckled up in the car, face forward, describing a potential danger commonly referred to as the moth effect. And this is where drivers often kind of drift toward lights or objects that attract their attention. And then finally, along those lines, remember, it is state law to move over or slow down when approaching any stopped or parked cars with those warning flashing signals there. Now, hopefully the timing of this storm here falling on the weekend will allow for more people to be able to stay off the roads and safe inside their homes. But right now, the idea of any snow, it's exciting. People are talking about it. Mike trying to do everything he can to avoid it. He said, I can make this happen, not happen in two ways. I can either buy new tires for my truck or simply get out my snow thrower. Everyone knows that's the way to do it. Another one for you here. Michael saying, I'll believe it when I see it. And we had some other reactions on Facebook too. Debbie, OMG, people running to the store for toilet paper and milk. All I need is milk. Lynn says, I moved to a condo, let it snow. And then Patrice says, Sunday night, please. Signed, a tired teacher/parent. LOL. That's the latest from our live center. We'll send it back to you, Patrice.
All right. Well, remember, anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the FOX45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be holding a news conference to talk about public safety and the work his administration and other leaders have done to drive the numbers of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in 9 years.
Now, this graph shows homicide trends from January 2020 through October of 2023. And you'll notice that the first two summers of the Scott administration actually saw a spike in murders, which helped drive the number of homicides over 300 each of those years. However, that didn't happen in the summer of 2023. In August of 2022, Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron announced his so-called Al Capone style of prosecution, which he says uses a range of laws to prosecute repeat violent offenders and keep them off the street.
This Al Capone model of prosecution is designed to take violent people off the streets by any appropriate legal means necessary.
Then 1 year ago, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office. In his inaugural speech, he told the city he would be tough on crime and had a strong message for any potential criminals.
So I say to you, that's thinking about grabbing your illegal handgun and going on the streets of Baltimore City, grab your toothbrush as well, because you're going to need it.
Yeah, you can see the drop right here. And then also, that was with Bates. And then another drop around July 2023. It was around that time that Eric Barron and Ivan Bates announced a few big wins. In the span of just a few days, the two offices announced 8 defendants pleading guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. All of them repeat violent offenders. Barron saying the results of their partnership is clear.
Homicides are down 25%, and non-fatal shootings are down 6.5%. And we think it's clear, and the data demonstrates that it's because we're working as a team. We're working collaboratively.
While it is not clear what the mayor will bring up during his news conference today, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of his public safety plan.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a preview of today's news conference and a closer look at whether the mayor's strategy is actually working. Shannon?
Yeah, and it's not so straightforward, Tom and Patrice. We know that homicides across the city are down last year in 2023, but over in the Western District, those homicides are actually up some 28%. And you'll remember that that is the very district that the city declared that their strategy is working. More on that in just a moment, but first let's take a closer look at what's ahead in this news conference this morning. It's set to happen here at City Hall at 11 a.m. The mayor's office saying the mayor and other city leaders will discuss the work done to drive last year's decrease in homicides and strategies to maintain that progress in the new year. Meanwhile, though, those who live in the city's Western District will tell you last year proved to be a dangerous one. By the end of the year, this district had seen 41 homicides, making it the deadliest district in the city. This district also happens to be the same district where the city launched its group violence reduction strategy 2 years ago. It's a cornerstone of the city's crime fight, which offers money and services to those who show a potential for violence. But we heard from Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's the president of the largest neighborhood association in the Western District, and he says he's seen no evidence of GVRS in his neighborhood.
I'm the biggest community in the Western District. We received nothing. We didn't even see them. We don't even know who they are. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
However, we know, Tom and Patrice, that city leaders have long maintained that GVRS is reducing violence, so some conflicting opinions there.
All right, well, Shannon, are we hearing, though, from anybody with the city about how the district where GVRS was first launched has become the deadliest district in the city?
Yeah, we reached out, Tom, about that very question. We did hear from a spokesperson who attributes that or blames in part the police redistricting that happened last year. In fact, here's what they had to say. They say, quote, the Western District took on additional historically violent areas. It is impossible to accurately compare crime within old district boundaries to crime in the new district. Now, the spokesman also says that GVRS is responsible for turning 127 lives around in that Western District over the last 2 years. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Police data shows that Baltimore City surpassed 11,000 car thefts in 2023, and some critics say that should be a top priority for lawmakers this year.
It's a serious public safety hazard because these cars they're stolen. Usually it's juveniles that are doing it.
Lawmakers could certainly make sure that those that are caught stealing cars get punished and get punished properly.
Well, from carjackings to shootings, violence continues in 2024. Deadly shooting in Southwest Baltimore, marking the city's first homicide of the year. It's more than 3 dozen crimes reported across the city in just the past 3 days. The shooting happening right on North and Bentley Street early yesterday morning. Now, many neighbors say they recall hearing the gunshots, but were unaware someone had in fact been killed.
That's unreal. That's unreal. How do people feel safe, especially people my age group? Just too many guns, too many murders.
It's a damn shame, that's all I can say.
Well, officials with the police department are not yet saying what they say led up to the shooting or if they have any leads on a suspect. Anyone with information on this case is asked to call the Baltimore Police Department.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of this new year? So far, 89% of people who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, this morning, the U.S. Geological Survey says it's received at least 1,000 reports of people feeling the 2.3 magnitude earthquake right near Rockville. Happened yesterday morning just before 1. Luckily, no one was hurt. Seismologist Dr. Tom Pratt joined Fox 45 News at 4. He says small earthquakes are relatively common in eastern U.S., but they don't happen in the same way larger quakes around the Pacific Rim.
We're not at a plate boundary. The nearest plate boundary is actually the mid-ocean ridge in the middle of the Atlantic. So it's a little bit of a scientific question as to why we're getting earthquakes triggered within an interior plate like this. Yet they do happen occasionally, and some large ones have happened.
Dr. Pratt says even though earthquakes are rare in Maryland, it's important to make sure your house is bolted to a foundation and you keep heavy objects away from shelves and other places where they could fall on people.
7:11 is the time, and yes, scraping the windshield is just a little bit of what we could see this weekend.
That's right. You're going to be scraping, shoveling, doing all kinds of things. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is talking about snow.
Yeah, and the scraping is good, Tom. You know those ones that have the scraper and then the brush? The brush? Yeah, the broom on the other side. Yeah, so it's maybe scraper today, broom Saturday or Sunday, as some of us are going to see some accumulating snow. But right now, a really pretty shot out over the Inner Harbor just before the sun rises. We've got a cold morning. That's why we are frosty. Our pleasant afternoon ahead today. Tomorrow, not too bad. Friday looks great. And then we're tracking that winter weather coming in for the weekend, which is why we are going to be weather alert on both Saturday and Sunday. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says get that heater flow going. Numbers staying in the 30s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Any issues on the roads right now, Patrice?
Well, let's take a look and see what we're seeing in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We do have a couple of incidents to report. There's an accident in Howard County at I-95 at Patuxent Parkway. So that's one thing to keep an eye on. Look at the traffic backing up through that area. Then in White Marsh, a multi-car accident right at White Marsh Boulevard. The cameras are showing a two-car accident at 49 in Baltimore, right near 695. So be careful out on the roads this morning.
Well, here's a look at some of the stories making your headlines this hour. Law enforcement sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis. Topping our next half hour, Maryland's police union president outlining the 3 issues they need to be focused on.
In 2023, we saw weight loss drugs like Ozempic skyrocket in popularity. Coming up in today's Confident Consumer, how scammers are using the law of supply and demand to take advantage of you. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:16. It is likely you've heard the drug name Ozempic a lot lately. It's a prescription drug for people with diabetes, but more and more it's being used for weight loss. And a lot of people are trying to get their hands on it. And scammers know this, and they're out for your money. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau is joining us with what to look out for. Good morning.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Patrice.
Same to you.
Yes.
All right, so you might be living under a rock if you haven't heard Ozempic.
Oh yeah, and now the
everywhere.
song is going to be, the jingle will be in our heads all day.
It will,
Yeah.
so thank you for that. But there's a scam now surrounding this. What? Tell me how that works.
Yeah, and it's basically high demand, low supply, so scammers take advantage. That's what we see, at Christmas time with toys, etc. And what you will find are solicitations, most often through advertisements that you're going to find in Facebook, or your friend on social media sends you and says, look at this. It's encouraging you to go, to buy Ozempic at a website. It's going to direct you to a website. Most of the websites there have some red flags to let you know this isn't real. The scammers that are reporting to BBB, the scam reports, individuals are saying they are using Zelle or some cash app for this transaction. That's very unusual. They're also saying they're ridiculously low price because we know Ozempic is a very expensive drug for anybody to use. So low prices, all this recruitment, and the bottom line is they never get the drug or the medication, and if they do, there's a good chance that it is a counterfeit, which really can cause harm to your health.
Right. I'd be very afraid of that. All right, so you said some red flags. Let's go through some more again and just highlight them. One, you say don't buy medications from foreign countries. Just don't look out there and say, oh, this is it. You don't know what's in that.
That has been a pervasive issue in healthcare for a long period of time, people buying medications for foreign countries. The FDA is there for a purpose and a reason, and that's to protect us. You do not know what's in the medications when you buy them from a foreign country. We really encourage you to avoid that.
And Ozempic is a prescription-only drug, so you're supposed to have a prescription, so you should watch out for people who are going to sell it to you.
Some of the scam reports indicate that they weren't even asked for their prescription for this medication. They were just going and buying it online. And watch for low prices. I mentioned that. That's a big red flag. If you're going to have to pay for a prescription and the only way they'll take it is, or allow you to buy it, is through a cash app, that's a big warning flag as well.
Right. I don't think most businesses do operate that way. All right, Angie, thank you so much. This is good advice because this is a hot topic lately. All right, another hot topic lately. Meteorologist Justin Chambers and the snow. That's beautiful behind you, though, right now. You gotta look at that.
Do they still have that store, Hot Topic, in the mall? Bree shakes her head yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think I got my ear pierced at a Hot Topic, like the 90s. I don't know. It was it was a long time ago. All right, that was the hoop that we had. I had the gold hoop. Good morning, all of you. Maybe I should bring that back. Yeah, as a 50-year-old with an earring. Our downtown Baltimore camera, not looking too bad. Overall, we are staying mainly dry and cold this morning, no doubt about that. Up and down the 95 corridor, though, really no issues here. The next weather maker, well, it's now on land. And you look at it and you're like, it doesn't look very impressive, Chambers. But yeah, it's got to kind of gain some steam. It's bringing some snow to the Sierra Nevada range, as well as some of the mountains in Southern California. We've got winter storm warnings posted there. So that's the storm system that is now on land. And it's going to track all the way across the Rockies, all across the Central Plains, and eventually get here by early Saturday morning. So as the kids head out to the bus stop today, beep, beep, talking about temperatures in the lower 30s here this hour. Mid 40s by noontime. When you pick those kids up for the bus stop this afternoon, we're talking mid to upper 40s. Should be a very nice afternoon. And I know kids, sorry, but the snow not happening where you're going to have a snow day. It'll be a snow weekend. All right, golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. frosty this morning. Probably some frost delays, but mid-40s here through noon and upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and not as much wind as we had yesterday. So it should be a nice day to get on the links before we see that winter weather roll in. Mid to upper 40s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. Good day to fly today, two pilots. We're looking at mainly VFR conditions, so visual flight rules pretty much all day. All right, let's talk about the weekend winter storm. The snow is going to begin early Saturday. We'll be on the air. We start at 7 o'clock Saturday morning. We'll be tracking it right here with our Weather Authority team. A rain-snow mix through the early afternoon for some, but then that heaviest snowfall, those amounts are mainly going to be to the north and to the west. That's what we'll be looking at here. And you can see our winter weather potential, the areas in blue. That's the best chance to have the actual accumulating snow. Notice it's kind of Baltimore City to the north, most of northern Baltimore, Harford, Carroll, northern Howard County out through Frederick, even potentially northern Cecil County will be in that kind of snow line. And then as you get further to the south, we'll kind of see that rain-snow mix. Eastern Shore, even down toward Annapolis. Don't think you're going to see a lot of snow there in Anne Arundel County. Mainly going to be the rain as this system rolls in. So the future scan today looks great. Late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Notice we have a few showers coming through, so maybe a few flakes flying overnight, but don't think this is going to amount to much of anything. And then we'll have the wind tomorrow. Friday looks great. That ridge of high pressure going to build in. That'll be the calm before the storm. Let's check Saturday. This is one model run, and you can see 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, some snow showers developing. Look at the green trying to take over there with some of that warmer air nudging in. But then as we get to the afternoon, that moisture basically in the cold air goes right down from the top of the atmosphere to the bottom, and that will be all snow for a good amount of those areas we just talked about. This is the American model, so another model that we were looking at also is pretty similar to that last one, but it does show that line coming down a little bit farther to the south. So depending on where this area of low pressure sets up is what will determine the type of precipitation you will see. But nonetheless, guys, look at that. All weekend, we will be in weather alert mode. So that's why we're tracking the next weather maker. Got to prepare now before we get the winter weather. The first time, Tom, we've seen in a couple of years.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Justin. And it could impact your travels here in both air and on the road. Lens Solar Traffic Network this morning. We're still tracking the accident 95 right at White Marsh Boulevard. And you can see there's flashing lights, and it looks like it's impacting both the paid lanes, right? The express lanes and also regular lanes as you're tapping your brakes. It looks like the express lanes are just one lane getting by there. Elsewhere in Anne Arundel County, there's also one lane closed at 450 eastbound Route 3. Well, now we want to take a live look from our traffic photojournalist here. Right in the 695, you can see that they're just passing the 83 sign in the Pikesville area heading on the inner loop here, and the sunrise is looking great. Ravens fans are getting ready because tickets to the playoffs will be going on sale soon.
Still ahead this morning, find out when you'll be able to score those tickets. 7:24, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:26 trending this morning. Twins share so many things, but one set of New Year's twins, they won't even share the same birth year. New Year's babies, twins Ezra and Ezekiel Humphrey, were born 40 minutes apart in New Jersey. But they don't share a birthday. They don't even share a birth year. Ezra was born at 11:48 p.m. on New Year's Eve, and his brother Ezekiel was born at 12:28 a.m. New Year's Day of 2024. The kicker, Ezra now shares a birthday with his dad.
My birthday is New Year's Eve, and when she woke me up the morning of New Year's Eve, she said, "Happy birthday. I think my water broke. I need to go to the doctor." But having even one kid on your birthday, I mean, how rare, and just really cool to have that moment that we get to now share.
Well, the fraternal twins are different, not just in looks, but their personalities already. Ezra, born at 6 pounds, sleeps a lot, but Ezekiel, born 4 pounds, 15 ounces, almost 5 pounds. Mom and dad say he doesn't stop moving. It's been 2 years to the day since Baltimore saw its last major snowfall. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been busy all morning tracking our next weather maker set to bring some rain and snow to the region just in time for your weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News is getting you ready for a weekend filled with winter weather. On the left-hand side of your screen, you're taking a look at our future scan. You see it marked right there, Saturday at 4 p.m. as we're tracking a storm that will bring a mix of rain and snow to our region.
On the top right of your screen, a live look at the roads. This is from our Chevy Storm Tracker, where things are pretty calm for now. And then on the bottom right, look at that. That is a beautiful sun-filled shot. That's all going to change, though. The Ravens are going to be facing off against the Steelers on Saturday, weather permitting. We'll have to see how that all pans out. Welcome back on this Wednesday. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to go over to that asterisk that looks like a snowflake on the Ravens-Steelers game. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker.
Football weather. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
This is what you do. You play. I mean, that's what they do in, well, they used to do it in Detroit. I guess they do it in Green Bay. But in Chicago, we can handle a little bit of wet weather and cold temperatures on Saturday. So, yes, everything will be good to go. Statewide, we're cold this morning. 25 in Oakland, 34 in Cumberland, Hagerstown at 33, right about 30 in Westminster. Bel Air at 27, 31 in Baltimore City. So most of us are below freezing. Grab the jacket, the hat, the gloves, the mittens, the scarves, the socks, the shoes, and the sunglasses, because the sun is already up, but no need for the umbrella. In fact, next couple of days are going to stay dry. In fact, today, this afternoon, our highs will be in the mid to upper 40s, so a couple degrees warmer than yesterday, not as much wind and more of that sunshine. Should be a very nice first hump day of the new year. Back with your full forecast. I'll take you through the timing of that next weather maker and what we're thinking for this weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. While the potential of snow is still a couple of days away, now is the time to start preparing and thinking about what you might need to buy before the winter weather arrives. The National Weather Service recommends that you get together a winter storm survival kit. You're going to want to include a mobile phone and a charger, along with some batteries, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. You should also include high-calorie, non-perishable food and extra clothing to keep dry, along with blankets or sleeping bags. And of course, this is all for your car in case you have to get, you're stuck somewhere.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago tomorrow. There was hundreds that were trapped on 95. Remember that through Virginia and Washington, D.C. because of the snow. Well, now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look around the Beltway, and we are still tracking the accident right at White Marsh Boulevard on 95, and you can see the flashing lights right there northbound. Elsewhere, no major incidents to report, just volume starting to pick up a little bit.
Continuing coverage, this year's legislative session starts in 1 week, with crime expected to be a central focus in Annapolis.
A battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws, as Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
Well, police in Maryland are also sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the biggest priorities for the Maryland FOP ahead of this year's session. Shannon.
Well, the Maryland FOP, Patrice and Tom, has a lengthy wish list ahead of the start of session next week, and that includes everything from efforts to recruit more police officers to addressing juvenile crime. When it comes to juvenile crime, FOP leader Clyde Boatwright argues there needs to be a focus on changing the way that law enforcement and police can question young people.
It becomes a court battle. And there's no winners here if you are tied up in court battling over whether or not someone's rights were violated. What is happening with that is it stops that juvenile from getting the services they need, because you don't know what problem they actually have if you can't talk to them. But it also stops the victims from getting justice.
Boatwright is talking about the Juvenile Interrogation Act, and he joins several other police officers and state's attorneys who argue the law needs to be revisited. Right now, it prevents police from questioning kids without the approval of an attorney, regardless of what the parent might say. Critics argue the law hinders investigations, but supporters of the law, like State Senator Jill Carter, argue police can still interview kids if necessary.
They're giving misinformation if they're saying they can't talk.
Other items on the FOP's legislative priority list include taking investigatory powers from the Attorney General's office and giving it back to the state's attorney's office for use of force cases. And with the concerns surrounding officer shortages, Boatwright says there needs to be a scholarship program for officers to get a higher education. Boatwright calls it a GI Bill of sorts for police. Ultimately, though, the success of these priorities will depend on just how much support they can get in the state house. Remember, with a Democratic supermajority in both chambers, it's unclear at this point whether they will get that support. But the session is set to start exactly 1 week from today in Annapolis on January 10th. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, we've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors across the state, you can see where they represent here, who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Ayesha Braveboy laid out their legislative priorities just last month. They want to increase probation for children caught with a gun and require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates their home monitoring. And also clarifying groups who recruit children to steal cars as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
Well, this brings us to a question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of this new year? So far, 89% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
We are getting word a Hamas senior leader has been killed in an explosion. What this could mean for the war.
Plus, we are gearing up for a weekend filled with winter weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the rain and snow heading to our region. That's in his full forecast. 7:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Renewed concerns this morning of a regional conflict brewing after a terrorist leader of Hamas was killed in strikes in southern Beirut.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center this morning with what this could mean. Megan?
Yeah, this is what we know, guys. Who you see right here, I'll go ahead and press play on this. This is the mastermind believed to be of the attacks here. This is also... it's Salih al-Arari, believed to be the mastermind again in the attacks in West Bank. He was the deputy political head of Hamas and a founder of the group's military wing. His death, guys, marks the most senior Hamas figure killed since this war began. I want to take you live now to Capitol Hill, where prior to being taken out, Washington had a reward of up to $5 million for any information on al-Arari. His death could mark a major escalation in this conflict in Lebanon and actually spark retaliation from Lebanon's Hezbollah militia, who have already condemned that killing there. Meantime, as we take you live this morning, see if we can pull this up for you, live to Gaza here this morning, where Israel continues to pull troops from that area. And this is a move that could clear the way for a new long-term phase of a lower intensity fighting, and also for the possibility of another hostage deal, which we're told is still in the works with Hamas right now. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
It has been 2 years to the day since we saw a major snowfall in our area, but that is all about to change for us this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the timing of the winter weather system that's coming our way. That's ahead in his full forecast.
After a so-called smoke incident shut down the light rail December 8th, the system is back up and running. Still to come. MTA administrator is giving us an explanation as how this happened as the department moves forward into the new year, and they're also hiring right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. Well, December 8th, the Maryland Transit Administration suspends all light rail service until all cars could be inspected. MDOT/MTA labeling the emergency stoppage of service due to smoke incidents, but one video clearly shows, this one right here, an explosion, then smoke and fire. All 53 cars were pulled, inspected, and most are repaired and passed safety inspections. In fact, joining us now this morning with an update and an explanation, MDOT MTA Administrator Holly Arnold. Thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
I know you've been talking about this. Everyone's kind of questioning you on this, but it was a big issue that happened here. Where are we right now? Because light rail started back up December 23rd, safe, ready to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, the system is fully safe. It has been operating since December 23rd. Riders have been coming back. We had free service through yesterday, so you do have to pay again starting today. But yeah, we had a smoke incident, and we discovered that there was the potential for punctured conduit throughout the fleet. Okay. So we made the decision out of an abundance of caution, really, just to pull the fleet, inspect, and repair all the vehicles. And so that is still an ongoing process. As of this morning, we have 27 vehicles that have been fully repaired and are ready to go back in service.
You have a list on your website, shows all 53 cars, where they are, which ones are being repaired, the safety inspection showing the dates that happened. A lot of them also coming through yesterday. Well, a few of them coming through yesterday on the 2nd, being cleared on that website. How do you tell riders that now say, okay, wait a minute, this is said, you guys said it was a smoke incident, but clearly the one video shows an explosion and that one sole rider was injured. How do you get that confidence back for riders saying this won't happen again?
I think a big part is the process and being transparent about the process. So, for every rail car that goes back in service, so it's inspected, it's repaired, the repairs are overseen by MTA, by our engineering team, by our safety team, and the state safety oversight team. And then again, when it's time to go back in service, all the documentation is reviewed by MTA engineering, MTA safety, and our state safety oversight team, as well as our contractor also.
There's questions, though, also about using the contractor that did some overhauls on a lot of these cars. In fact, majority of them were just recently overhauled by that same company. They're the ones that are doing the repairs, though. So does that make it a conflict of interest?
Again, I think that oversight process, we had, multiple people there reviewing every single piece of documentation, every single inspection and repair that it's happening to ensure that it was done correctly.
Okay. As far as injuries, though, from that rider, was there any compensation or anything guaranteed with that rider that was injured?
So there was a minor injury that that rider had, and they can go through the claim process that we have available.
All right. Talking though now to the future, 2024 is coming up here. MTA is also hiring. They have a big hiring process right now. What does it look like ahead now? And what are some of those positions that you're hiring?
Yeah, so we've had a huge hiring push over the past year, and we're not letting go on that. Reliability is key, and so we need more operators, we need more managers, we need more police officers to come into the system. So I encourage everyone to check our website, mta.maryland.org/join, and you can see all the positions on there. We've raised our starting wages, so it's a really great starting position. If you want to come in as an operator, we'll train you for your CDL. If you want to come in as a police officer, we'll train you for that as well.
No CDL required. You're going to give them the CDL through training.
You have to have a permit, but we get the through training.
That's huge. I mean, that's also another big. Holly Arnold, one last question for you then. More rail service this weekend for the Ravens?
We currently have 27 rail cars available. We're going to run every available car, and we're also running express shuttle buses from Cromwell and from Timonium, and so I encourage folks to use those as well.
Well, that's perfect, and of course, you've got all those covered places where you can wait for the rail if you need to, or the buses. In fact, right now we have our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about the snow that possibly could be joining us Saturday as you're getting a rail down to the M&T Bank Stadium.
Now, I got 2 questions for Holly before she leaves. Holly, number one, what do you guys do in terms of snow? Do you have kind of different schedules? Is that right? Like in the R or something like that?
That's for our MARC service. So we plan to run full light rail service, and so take light rail to the stadium.
All right, question 2, why is your hair not purple?
And then we'll go purple.
You what?
The Ravens need to win first.
Oh, wow. So the AFC North, the #1 seed, the playoffs, and that's not enough for Holly. Oh, man. Okay. All right. We'll get some purple for you. Don't you worry. Yeah. Purple pride, everybody. Here's a look right now. What a beautiful shot out over the Inner Harbor. With that sun that is up. It is a cold morning. Our temperatures are colder than they've been pretty much all week long, especially at this time. We're below freezing, hanging out there at BWI. 31 is your current temperature. A lot of you are in the 20s. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen. 33 next hour, hanging out there at Fed Hill Cross Street Market. Overall, by noontime, mid-40s. Pretty nice Wednesday afternoon. Less wind today, and even those numbers climb into the upper 40s, close to 50 for some of you through the day today. But a lot of us will hang out in the 40s, and 44 is typically where we are for January 3rd. Low to mid and upper 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps today. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties in the mid to upper 40s. Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena on your Wednesday. Now, let's talk about the weekend winter storm. This is what I've been showing you all morning long. That snow is going to begin for most of us early Saturday morning. And then as some warmer air tries to nudge in, we'll see kind of a rain-snow mix through the early afternoon. Some of you will not see any snow. You're only going to see rain, but the heaviest snowfall amounts typically are going to be to the north and to the west of Baltimore City. That means northern Baltimore County, Carroll County, northern Howard County, even up into parts of northern Hartford County as well. You can kind of see it with this shot right here. All of the areas there in blue are expecting to get at least some accumulation. And in terms of snowfall amounts, right now, still looking kind of on the lower end. Earlier this week, those models were way off the charts, which is why we did not post snowfall totals, because then everybody thinks, okay, bread and milk, let's get out of here, let's try to get all the stuff. But you do have to prepare for the fact that we will have some accumulating snow for a large portion of our area. That's going to be a high impact event, because even if it's not snow, the rain-snow mix or the rain, all of us are getting some precip for most of Saturday and into Sunday as well. So the future scan, this is what we are looking at for today. Overall, not too bad. Late tonight, early tomorrow morning, notice some rain showers there, maybe a few flakes flying for some in the overnight, but it's not going to do much. This is a pretty weak system, not a lot of moisture with that. The wind picks up tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll see mostly sunny skies. Friday looks great. You get that big H right over the top of us. This literally will be the calm before the storm, because temperatures will be nice on Friday, and overall we're nice and dry. But here comes the snow early Saturday morning. There's that kind of rain-snow mix by 11 a.m. And then as that area of low pressure rolls through, we'll have that colder air wrapping around behind that, changing most of that snow, especially along the Maryland and Pennsylvania line and areas north and west. Excuse me. All right, our 7-day forecast, we have weather alert days, and that's what we're tracking here, guys. So Saturday and Sunday will both be weather alert days. Some leftover snow on Sunday. Temperatures will be colder for this weekend as well.
Thank you, Justin. Still ahead, if you're looking to get ahead on your New Year's resolution, we may be able to help. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we have some exciting ways that you can transform your morning meal into a healthy, delicious breakfast.
The Baltimore Ravens are going to the playoffs. Saying that sentence never gets old. Where the flock can buy tickets to see the Bad Birds of Baltimore compete at M&T Bank Stadium.
It was assumed they were going to make it to the playoffs this year, right?
We're talking Super Bowl now. I mean, we're just straight ahead.
Yeah, getting excited. If you want to keep up with the hype, you're going to need some caffeine.
Time for a coffee break.
7:56, and looking ahead this morning, tickets for the Ravens playoff run are about to go on sale. Taking a live look at M&T Bank Stadium, and it was lit up purple when before the sun came up. It looked gorgeous.
All right, so here's what you need to know. Starting Friday at 10 a.m., fans will be able to get tickets for the divisional round. That game will take place either on the 20th or the 21st. To get your tickets, head to BaltimoreRavens.com/playoff tickets. Well, we want to see how you're getting ready for the game, and while you're at it, how you're getting ready for the snow this weekend. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that will take you to FOXBaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stack Love.
The Ravens are scheduled to play Saturday at 4:30, but look at that. Justin froze it right there for us. Saturday at 3 p.m. You can see exactly what it looks like. Our next weather maker, delay or even cancel the game?
No.
Question marks.
Stop it. Stop it. Too much.
Yeah, we've got a grumpy meteorologist right now who's practicing his patience for his resolution. He's breaking down the winter system that's headed toward us in his full forecast.
And it's Downtown Discovery Days. We'll tell you all about it coming up with the Baltimore Museum of Industry. And I'm telling you, a lot of exciting things going on. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
A winter storm is moving into the region, and it is showing no signs of slowing down. Topping this hour, the potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years and what you can do to stay safe.
Plus, Baltimore saw less than 300 homicides in 2023. We are taking a closer look at how it happened. Coming up, we break down the mayor's group violence reduction strategy.
And police data shows Baltimore City saw more than 11,000 car thefts last year. Why that issue could play a major role in the upcoming mayoral race.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News is getting you ready for a weekend filled with winter weather. On the top right of your screen there, you are taking a live look at Western Maryland, where we are already seeing signs of snow there.
Then on the bottom right of your screen, you're taking a look at our future scanners. We are tracking a storm that's going to bring a mix of rain and snow into our region. Good morning on this Wednesday, January 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers in the timing of all of this. We were talking about that NFL game here in town, Justin.
That's right. The game is at 4:30 on Saturday afternoon, and that's going to be right in the middle of all of the rain, the snow, the cold air that's going to be here. Even if we're not getting pounded with snow, we're definitely going to see that precipitation right there over M&T Bank Stadium. But right now, our temperatures are cold statewide. We're in the 20s in Western Maryland and even upper 20s for Baltimore and Bel Air. So even in the 8 o'clock hour, it is a frosty start to your Wednesday morning. But as we take a look at those weekend winter storm headlines, that snow is going to begin early Saturday, kind of that rain snow mix through the afternoon, and then Saturday night into Sunday more, that snow will fall with the heaviest amounts to the north and west of Baltimore City. On your out and about cast, if you're going to be out today, numbers will climb steadily, lower 40s through 11 a.m. and mid to upper 40s as we take you into the afternoon. We're back in just a few minutes with more on your full forecast.
All right, Justin, thank you. As he just mentioned, our Fox 45 weather team is tracking that winter storm moving into the region this weekend. And the potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years has a lot of people talking.
Tom Rogers is at our live center. He's got what they're saying and all the reaction pouring in, and of course some safety tips. You got to keep that top of mind. Tom.
Yeah, we're still a few days out, as you heard Justin, but the State Highway Administration says they are ready. In fact, they're reminding drivers they have a map right here. Statewide Transportation Operations Response Map allows you to track where crews are plowing in real time. Right now, they have, well, it says active vehicles 74, as you can see right there, but they've got a few trucks out for preparation, as you can see on this map and where they are. They're also providing some safety reminders as we inch closer to the weekend storm. And yeah, it starts with preparing. Check your car. Make sure your vehicles, your tire, windshield, washer fluid, and you have ample fuel in there. Make sure you've got an emergency kit in your vehicle. Remember, 2 years ago, January 4th, there was hundreds and hundreds who were stuck on 95 in that snowstorm there, and a lot of them did not have these items, and they wish they did. Flashlight, jumper cables, blankets, water, and some food, just to name a few. If you do get stuck on the road, they advise you to assess the situation. Make sure you're safe where you are and wait there, then call for help. If you can, remain in your car. Stay vigilant. They urge drivers to stay buckled and faced forward, with lights on if you can, describing a potential danger commonly referred to as the moth effect, where the drivers often drift toward lights or objects that attract their attention. Finally, remember, it is state law to move over or slow down when approaching any stopped or parked vehicles with warning signals flashing. Hopefully, the timing of the storm falling on the weekend, though, will allow for more people to be able to stay off the roads and safe inside their homes. Right now, the idea of snow, exciting, and some people are talking about it. In fact, taking a look at, well, we've got 4 posts up here for you. Linda Rollins says they're going to have people running emptying every store, and then it will rain. Linda saying that, yeah, a lot of us have gone through that. It's tough to forecast this far out. Michael saying, I believe it when I see it. And we've got Walter, who says, by the time Friday gets here, panic will be instilled in the general public. Predictions of 2 inches to 3 feet of snow will be the norm, and grocery stores will be ravaged. And, well, let's do one more. Mike Martin saying, I can make this not happen in 2 ways, either buying a new tires for my truck or simply getting out my snow thrower and get it ready to go. I hear you, Mike, right there. I've been waiting to use the snowblower for 2 years now. The latter of the two is much cheaper. It is. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Well, anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store. 8:05 now, and happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will hold a news conference to talk about public safety and the work that his administration and other leaders have done to drive the number of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in years. Now, this graph shows homicide trends from January 2020 through October of 2023. And you'll notice that the first 2 summers of the Scott administration saw a spike in murders, which helped drive the number of homicides over 300 each of those years. However, that did not happen in the summer of 2023. In August of 2022, Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron announced his so-called Al Capone style of prosecution, which he says uses a range of laws to prosecute repeat violent offenders and keep them off the street.
This Al Capone model of prosecution is designed to take violent people off the streets by any appropriate legal means necessary.
Then, 1 year ago, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office. And in his inaugural speech, he told the city that he would be tough on time and had a strong message for any potential criminals.
So I say to you, that's thinking about grabbing your illegal handgun and going on the streets of Baltimore City, grab your toothbrush as well, because you're going to need it.
While it is not clear what the mayor will bring up during his news conference today, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of his public safety plan. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a preview of today's news conference and a closer look at whether the mayor's strategy is working. Shannon.
Yeah, and at this point, Patrice, it's not so straightforward. We know that homicides are down citywide, but over in the Western District, homicides are actually up some 28%. And you'll remember that is the very district where the city says their strategy is working. More on that in just a moment, but first let's get to a preview of this press conference that's happening just a little bit later on this morning. It's set to start at 11 a.m. here at City Hall. The mayor's office saying the mayor and other city leaders will discuss the work done to drive last year's decrease in homicides and strategies to maintain that progress here in the new year. Meanwhile, though, those who live in the city's Western District will tell you last year proved to be a dangerous one. By the end of the year, this district had seen 41 homicides, making it the deadliest district in the city. This district also happens to be the same district where the city launched its group violence reduction strategy 2 years ago, and it's a cornerstone of the city's crime fight, which offers money and services to those who show a potential for violence. But we heard from Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's the president of the largest neighborhood association in the Western District, and he says he's seen no evidence of GVRS in his neighborhood.
I'm the biggest community in the Western District. We received nothing. We didn't even see them. We don't even know who they are. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
However, the city has long maintained that GVRS is, in fact, reducing crime. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Police data shows Baltimore City surpassed 11,000 car thefts in 2023, and some say that should be a top priority for lawmakers this year.
It's a serious public safety hazard because these cars are stolen. Usually it's juveniles that are doing it.
Lawmakers could certainly make sure that those that are caught stealing cars get punished and get punished properly.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood at the start of the new year? So far, 90% of people who voted say no. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
State police are hashing out their priorities ahead of next week's legislative session, still ahead in our next half hour, what they're hoping to bring to the table in Annapolis.
Plus, later today, the Baltimore Police Department honoring the lives lost in 2023. We're going to have more details on the event and who will be in attendance. That's just ahead.
Temperatures are chilly this morning, in fact, cold. We're still below freezing in Baltimore City. We're tracking the next weather maker, that weekend winter event that's on the way that'll have us in weather alert mode. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Our next weather maker moving in.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our first chance for snow.
For actual snow, because we've had a little bit this season. Yeah, I mean, like late November, even December, there were some flurries. There were some areas that kind of got a nice little dusting, but that doesn't really count. In fact, in 2023, we had 2/100 of an inch of snow for the entire year. You got to go back to 22 when we actually had a pretty decent amount of snow, and most of it was in the month of January. So here we are 2 years later, and there's a beautiful shot here from our downtown Baltimore cam zoomed into the flags. A little bit of a light breeze there right now under mostly clear skies. Sunny with less wind today. Temperatures do stay above average, and of course we're tracking that weekend storm with all of the scenarios that are potentially going to play out. Grab the jacket, grab the sunglasses for today. No need for that umbrella as you head out the door. Back with your full forecast in a few.
Justin, thank you. With severe weather heading our way, it is time to get warm. Coming up, where you can seek shelter right here in Baltimore.
And just 3 days into the new year, and we've got plenty to talk about here in Baltimore. After the break, the top stories making headlines across the city, from the good to the bad to the ugly. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We begin a new year here in Baltimore with the good and the bad. While the city is grappling with a juvenile crime crisis, residents are also celebrating a dominant Ravens team, just bringing playoffs and excitement back to Charm City for the first time in a while. This morning, we have lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on this January 3rd, 2024, where we are here at this point. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning, Miss Megan. How are you?
I'm doing well. We need to start with the concerns that we have in the city. You and I often talk about the juvenile crime crisis. We've been talking a lot about that, but one good news is that we saw less than 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Is that a step in the right direction?
Well, I take a historical perspective. The 300 murders started in 2015. That was our George Floyd, Mr. Freddie, right?
Yeah.
And when Miss Rawlins Blake had the authority, lawful authority, to stand down, then the unlawful authority stands up, and they've been standing up ever since. So the crime rate has been what it has been for the last 9 years. That's Democratic leadership, and going into 2024, SOS, not save our schools, but same old stuff.
Now we're seeing a decrease, at least not above 300. Is there something you think that's attributing to that?
Absolutely. Mr. Eric with a K, Barron. He's not playing. With the help of Mr. Bates,
sure,
he's not playing. He's locking folk up, and they go into jail.
And that trickles into my next question as we were talking about the juvenile crime crisis. Is that going to make an impact when you're holding those repeat offenders accountable, no matter how old they are? What will we start seeing?
Well, as I understand it, the legislature starts on the 10th. And I would say again, SOS, same old stuff. They're tone deaf. They're not listening to us. They're focusing on policies and not people. They need to focus on the people that keep putting them there, and we who put them there need to change our vote. Don't forget and don't forgive what they've done to us.
As a city, we've been talking about a lot of these issues for the last several years here. But for the first time in a couple of years, we have playoffs back here in Charm City. What does that do to a city? You know, instilling a little hope, at least, and some good news?
Well, some good news,
just
some
football,
fun. But you need that kind of enthusiasm for a city and to attract folk. And I commend the Ravens. They've had a great season. They may be the Super Bowl champions, but this Saturday, they're playing my team. I'm old school, the Iron Curtain.
Hey,
right?
you know I don't hold any grudges with that. I see you got a little something there. You can go ahead and wave that if you want, Pastor
This
Smith.
Is the terrible towel.
It's getting real here on Saturday.
Right. And as I said, they're going to save their superstars.
Yes.
They're going to play in the kind of weather that Pittsburgh is used to. Pittsburgh should win, and they should be above, 500 for how many years with Mr. Tom?
Many, many, many years. In the meantime, Ravens will go on to playoffs and host those games right here in Charm City.
Absolutely. I commend the Ravens.
Pastor Smith, I did notice the black and gold. Always good to have you here.
I'll share my towel with you.
You might need that towel on Saturday night. We're talking about some snow moving in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's a Baltimore Steeler fan.
Absolutely.
Hold on. You brought that into here?
Yeah, he did.
Old school, man.
He knew he was in good company.
The Iron Curtain, Mean Joe Green.
Let me tell you, sir.
Harris.
Sir, let me tell you, when the Raiders come here, going to be a different story because I'm a Raiders fan, like old school Oakland, Lyle Alzado, like back in the day.
The very best.
Very best.
But you don't have a towel, Justin.
I don't have a towel.
That's when football was football.
Raiders don't have much.
That's when football was football.
It's all good. Yeah, you're right about that. All right, good morning, everybody. Let's talk about that weather. And yeah, look, we're going to have some football weather. I know earlier some were talking about, maybe it's going to, impact the game, we'll have to cancel the game. No, it's football weather, man. We're going to talk about cold, wet, maybe snowy. Yeah, we're playing Saturday unless there's some gigantic, major, huge event that would preclude them from playing. But overall, we're looking like that game's going to go on, and it'll just be cold and wet, like I just said. Live cam right now, though. Nice shot there of the flags flying proudly on tops of the buildings there. Our HD radar, well, it's quiet now. In fact, most of the country pretty quiet. This is where our next weather maker is. You can see snow for my parents up in Reno in the Sierra Nevada mountains there, up in northern Nevada. Winter storm warnings there for the mountains. That storm is now on shore. Once it does its stuff there in California, Nevada, going to track across the Rockies, all the way across the Central Plains. Take 2 or 3 days to get here, and by Saturday morning, going to be rolling in to our neighborhood. So golfers hitting the links today. Probably still a frost delay this morning. Back to the mid-40s by noontime and mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. In fact, most of us are going to be right near average and maybe even a little bit above average for today. So plenty of sunshine for today. You can see those numbers up and down the 95 corridor, mainly in the 40s. Good day to fly today, pilots. We're talking VFR conditions, so visual flight rules pretty much all day. This is what we're talking about, though, the weekend weather maker. You can see the areas in blue. That's who more than likely will get the snow, and some measurable snow at that. Then it kind of goes down to a kind of a rain-snow mix south of 95, and the farther east you get and to the south, we'll see more of the rain event. And this is what happens when you get the atmosphere. You get warm air. We talk about that warm air kind of nudging in. So the precip types, when we have cold air from the top of the atmosphere all the way to the ground, it's all all snow. So the areas that are typically colder, the higher elevations, that's where it's going to be all snow. Then you kind of get in some of that warmer air, mixes in with some sleet, that mixed precipitation that we do not like. And then if it's all warm air from the top to the bottom, it's mainly going to be rain, which is what's going to be taking place for some of you on Saturday and into Sunday. So here's our future scan. We're dry today. A few showers coming in late tonight. Maybe some flakes flying around, but this system is not going to do much. Tomorrow afternoon, we're breezy back behind that system. Friday looks great, and then that next weather maker starts on Saturday morning. We're going to take you through that hour-by-hour forecast here. I'd say in about 45 minutes or so. I'm sorry, in about 30 minutes from right now. So about 8:45-ish is when we'll be doing that next weather authority forecast. But we are going to be weather alert, guys. So Saturday and Sunday, just fire it up. Fire up the alarms. Ring the alarm, as they say. Back to you.
All right. Well, according to the Mayor's Office of Homeless Services, a winter shelter is in effect right now until 9 a.m. this morning. They will provide extended emergency shelter to people experiencing homelessness on nights when the temperature reaches 32 degrees or below. Now, for families, adults, and couples seeking shelter, you can call the Baltimore City Shelter Hotline. They're open Monday through Friday from the hours of 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And with the Baltimore Museum of Industry talking about Downtown Discovery Days. Yes, we talk about how you can come and check all this amazing stuff out and how you can be a part of Downtown Discovery Days. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Downtown Baltimore has something for everyone, from history lovers to sea life explorers.
Mark Clark is live at the Museum of Industry talking about Downtown Discovery Days and how you can be part of it. Mark.
That's right, Susan with Downtown Partnerships. Our old friend always has exciting news and more exciting news, right?
Absolutely. I'm excited about Downtown Discovery Days. It's happening now through the 12th at various locations throughout the city. Some fantastic cultural attractions. I think we have over 10 of them. Not just for the families, though. I think we could have some really great fun having some date nights at, say, locations like here at the Baltimore Museum of Industry. Everyone's offering a discount, and from $1 up to $10 all across the city. So you can check out our website for it.
And again, we're spoiled because we have such a rich city, rich in history. And Alexis, this is just another example, right?
Yes, absolutely. So the Baltimore Museum of Industry, a museum all about work, and we're actually standing in our neighborhood corner bar exhibit. And this is a little different. While we do celebrate work, we also celebrate the workers themselves and their lives on the clock and off the clock. So our neighborhood bar exhibit has pictures that were crowdsourced by local Baltimoreans, family photos of bars that were in their families for generations, and we really want to talk about, the leisurely aspect of workers when they're off work, community spaces where they would gather and they'd be able to connect with each other.
Amazing. And again, guys, our rich history celebrated. What I love about it is when you look at these pictures, you're going to see people that you know, the families that you know. And coming up, we're going to actually give some love to the lunch lady land. That's coming up.
Love it. All right, Mark, thank you. Well, if you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, get your purple pride ready, Ravens fans, because the playoffs, guess what? They're running through Baltimore. Still ahead when you can purchase your divisional round playoff tickets.
Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team is tracking our chance for the first significant snowfall in 2 years. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is breaking down which areas will be impacted the most. 8:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go. We're taking a live look at our future scan as we are tracking a winter weekend storm that will bring a mix of rain and snow. This could also affect anyone heading out to watch that Ravens-Steelers game on Saturday. Get ready. It's Wednesday, July 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the rain-snow mix, and really even leading up to that this morning, we saw some frost.
Yeah, I wish it was July 3rd. It's January 3rd.
Oh.
I know. I know. Summertime. We were excited for the summer already.
Sorry, guys. 2024.
Let me tell you, look, it's going to be
2024. Sorry. What was that, Justin?
It's going to be a wintry weather for the weekend. That's what we're going to have. And it's going to be wet and cold at that Ravens game. It's cold right now. 24 at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Towson. 29 in Baltimore City and Woodlawn. Also 29 out in Essex and Middle River. Some of you about 8 to 11 degrees colder than where we were just 24 hours ago. So, yeah, it is still cold this morning. Now, we'll get back to above freezing here next hour. Eventually on our way to the lower 40s by 11 a.m. and mid to upper 40s for this afternoon. That number is actually going to be in the above average category. Tomorrow, not too bad either. Even Friday will be colder but dry. So the next 3 days, these are the days to get whatever you need to get done before that winter weather maker rolls in. I know I'm going to the store today. I'm not taking any chances with that bread and milk. You say snow around here, people freak out, right, Tom? That's exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah. In fact, anytime severe weather hits, you can actually, you know what? Find out. You can stay ahead of the storm with the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. That incident on the inner loop in Overly, it has been moved to the side there. This is at exit 32 at Bel Air Road. Our Beltway camera in that area showing that cars are now able to move through that region. Some good news.
8:33 and continuing coverage. This year's legislative session starts in just 1 week, with crime expected to be central focus in Annapolis. A battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws, as Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
Police in Maryland are also sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live right now with the biggest priorities for the Maryland FOP ahead of this year's session. Shannon.
Yes, so the Maryland FOP, Megan, has a lengthy wish list ahead of the start of session next week, and that includes everything from efforts to try to recruit more police officers, as well as addressing juvenile crime. Now, when it comes to juvenile crime, the leader of the FOP, Clyde Boatwright, is arguing that there needs to be a focus on changing the way that police are able to question young people once they've committed crimes.
It becomes a court battle. And there's no winners here if you are tied up in court battling over whether or not someone's rights were violated. What is happening with that is it stops that juvenile from getting the services they need, because you don't know what problem they actually have if you can't talk to them. But it also stops the victims from getting justice.
Boatwright is talking about the Juvenile Interrogation Act, and he joins several other police officers and state's attorneys who argue the law needs to be revisited. Right now, it prevents police from questioning kids without the approval of an attorney, regardless of what the parent might say. And critics argue the law hinders investigations. Supporters, though, like State Senator Jill Carter, argue police can still interview kids if necessary.
Giving misinformation if they're saying they can't talk.
Other items on the FOP's legislative priority list include taking investigatory powers from the Attorney General's office and giving it back to the state's attorney's office for use of force cases. And with the concerns surrounding officer shortages, Boatwright says there needs to be a scholarship program for officers to get a higher education, and Boatwright calls it a GI Bill of sorts for police. Ultimately, the success of these priorities is going to come down to the amount of support they get in the state house. And remember, with a Democratic supermajority in both chambers, it's unclear at this point whether or not they will get that support, but we'll find out soon, because the session starts exactly 1 week from today on January 10th in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime crisis. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy laid out their legislative priorities just last month, and they want to see increased probation for children who are caught with a gun and require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates home monitoring. They also are clarifying groups. They want to see them classified with who recruit children to steal vehicles as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
Happening today, the Baltimore Police Department will be holding a vigil to remembrance those killed in 2023. They're going to be joined by Mayor Brandon Scott. This is happening tonight at the War Memorial Plaza at 6:30.
Later this morning, the mayor is expected to unveil his new crime plan. Still ahead, we take a closer look at his group violence reduction strategy.
And it's been 2 years to the day since Baltimore saw its last major snowfall.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how you can prepare for our weather alert weekend. 8:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Might be.
Well, we want to get another look at your forecast as we're continuing to track our first chance of snow for quite some time, 2 years.
It's exciting. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's tracking this and what we can expect for the region.
Right, guys. Yeah, it's going to be a weather alert weekend, too. So both days are going to be weather alert days, both Saturday and Sunday. Depending on what happens with the storm, we may be able to back off on Sunday. But overall, definitely Saturday will be weather alert. Looking outside right now, it is going to be wet and cold, possibly snowy at the M&T Bank Stadium there on Saturday for that Ravens game. As you're heading out today, it's cold, so grab a jacket and make sure you got the sunglasses. Plenty of sunshine today. No need for the umbrella for this afternoon. And if you're out for a run or a jog, next few hours, numbers in the 30s, but make sure to grab a couple of extra layers. Looking pretty nice for the afternoon. We'll track that and another update on that storm system and how it's going to impact you.
Well, with our winter weather maker on the way, and we are weather alert this weekend, you're going to need some tips on how to drive safely. In our 9 o'clock hour, the State Highway Administration on how to drive with caution.
And new details in a deadly New Year's crash in Rochester, New York. What one concert goer says about the moments leading up to the tragedy. It is 8:41 on Fox 45 early morning news, all local, all morning. We are learning new details about that deadly crash in Rochester, New York in the early hours of New Year's Day. Carly Miner from our Sinclair sister station in Rochester has the first radio transmissions from the scene.
How many people injured do you have? We're trying to count. We got 1, 2, 3 that I can see on the ground. I got a female on the ground. You gotta get out here with this fire.
Rochester Police Department responded to a report of a crash on West Ridge Road, just outside of a New Year's Eve concert at the Kodak Center. One concert goer who asked not to be identified tells me the flames were massive, describing the scene as something from a movie.
And all the security was standing across and said there's been a bomb went off.
Rochester police say Michael Avery was driving a rented Ford, which struck a Mitsubishi at a high rate of speed. Both cars then hit people crossing the street in the crosswalk and 2 other cars. Avery's vehicle bursted into flames, which we're told took firefighters almost an hour to put out.
We need to shelter in place, so they all had us go back upstairs by the stairway. No one took elevators or anything. So some people stayed in the auditorium. We got escorted up to the cafeteria area, and they had us stay there until they got the fire out.
2 rear passengers in the Mitsubishi died as a result of the crash. The driver was taken to Rochester General Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, treated and released.
Well, Fox 45 Morning News is getting you ready for a weekend filled with winter weather. On the left, you see the radar, the future scan, and it's Saturday at 3 o'clock. That's what it's going to look like as we're tracking the storm that will bring a mix of rain and snow to our region.
So on the top right of your screen, that is a live look at the roads from our Chevy Storm Tracker here this morning. Things are calm right now. On the bottom right, that's a live look over M&T Bank Stadium, where the Ravens will be facing off against the Steelers on Saturday, right about the time that you see that wintry mix moving in.
Yeah, and it's always the pink stuff on meteorologists' maps that are the ones that you really have to watch out for.
Let's see how this is shaping up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. That line is where it's gonna be tricky for the rain, snow.
Yeah, exactly right. Boy, I tell you, if the players are in fact resting on Saturday, they're gonna be like, whew, it's a good day to rest. We don't have to be out here in this. They can just stand there with those big old coats and hang out on the sideline. Our HD radar is all dry now. Where our next weather maker is, well, you got to go to California and Nevada out in the West Coast, my friends. So a winter storm warning for the Sierra Nevada mountains. Snow in the northern and central part of Nevada, and even down into parts of Southern California as that rain and snow maker makes its way on land. What do you think about the snow there, Hank? Hank, are you there? Oh, there he is. Okay. He was just, he's getting some rest because he knows it's going to be one of those long weekends that he'll have to be hanging around. Our temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid and even upper 40s here. Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, down through Baltimore City and Dundalk for your afternoon highs today are in the above average category. Same for you there in Hartford and Cecil County, the low to mid 40s as well. Even out toward the eastern shore, we'll keep those numbers in the mid to upper 40s. Chestertown, Rock Hall, down through Chester, right about 46 in Easton for your highs today. Now, let's talk about the weekend winter storm. That snow begins early Saturday morning for most of us as that cold air will be in place. Then we get a little bit of a rain-snow mix. So we may get some accumulation early, and then the heaviest snowfall and the amounts are going to be mainly to the north and to the west of Baltimore City, where we typically see that. We're talking to you in Carroll County. We're talking about northern Baltimore County, Hartford, Cecil counties, even northern Howard County. But that rain-snow mix line that Meg was talking about, it all depends on where that area of low pressure sets up as to where we'll actually see the snow accumulate. The rain to the south and out toward the east as well. So most of you on the eastern shore are only going to get rain from this event. Here's a look at our future scan. Today looks great. No issues out there. Late tonight, notice some showers coming through and even a few flakes flying overnight into early tomorrow morning, but this isn't going to amount to much. Maybe some wet roads on your commute Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon looks great. The wind is going to pick up behind this system and definitely will be kind of blowing out of here. Friday also looks very nice. Big ridge of high pressure. This literally will be the calm before the storm because things start to get going by Saturday morning. So this is the updated look at our in-house model. We got several weather models that we look at. We compare and contrast, and these models are lining up where we're at least going to see that precip start about 7, 8 o'clock on Saturday, mainly as snow through the Baltimore region and areas to the north. Now, watch what happens as we get to about 11 a.m. You can see that blue kind of change over to green and then kind of get back to blue. The heavier blue right along the Maryland-PA line back into northern parts of Carroll County and into western Maryland and all the way up through PA. That's going to be mainly snow, while the rest of us will see rain down here. And then that colder air kind of wraps around that low as that low slides to the north on Sunday morning. And that the backside of that is what's going to bring in the potential for a few more snow showers. Now, this is our future scan here. And again, this is our in-house model. It's kind of zoomed in a bit. And really nothing with that storm tomorrow. You can see Friday is nice and dry, but here's a closer look at Saturday morning. So check out where you live. There's the 95 corridor. This is 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. Notice those areas in light blue getting the snow and kind of the rain-snow mix for you in Annapolis. And then about 9 a.m., still some off and on snow showers, but look how everything changes to kind of that green right there. That's a long 95 up into Baltimore City. Areas west still dealing with snow, but then that all kind of changes to that pink stuff Tom was talking about, and that's what we don't like to see, that rain-snow mix. However, if everybody's home and, taking care of themselves, we should be good to go as this system passes through. By Saturday evening, at least with this model, these showers push out of here with some leftover showers coming in on Sunday. We're going to be weather alert, guys. We're talking about that now to prepare you. Saturday, Sunday, weather alert days for sure. We may be able to back off on the weather alert for Sunday. Just depends on what happens on Saturday. But for sure, all of us will be impacted in some way, shape, or form with that storm coming in on Saturday morning.
Justin, that was helpful. Thank you. Now, while the potential of snow, it's still a few days away, now is the time to start preparing and thinking about what you may need to buy before the weather arrives. The National Weather Service recommends that you get together a winter storm survival kit.
Now, you'll want to make sure you include your mobile phone and then a charger along with some batteries because you'll have a flashlight and a first aid kit. You should include high-calorie, non-perishable food. Make sure you have some extra clothing and keep it dry, along with blankets or even sleeping bags. Well, speaking of travel and getting ready for the winter weather, 8:51 now, and taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. An accident that was causing some major slowdowns in Overly has been cleared. Good news there. Still a little bit of residual backup. This is on, inner loop at 32. Beltway cameras showing vehicles are able to make their way through the region right now. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, and looks like a slow go here in the inner loop right in Lutherville, heading west towards Pikesville at 8:51. A little bit more traffic here as people are finishing out their morning commute. Right now, we have a crew on the scene at BWI Airport tracking some of the travelers who are trying to return home after the holidays. They may have to deal with some winter weather, though, that's from the west. Looking at the arrivals, in fact, a lot of arrivals at BWI, the planes, the equipment shows that they're even early. The only one I could find, 10:55 this morning from Charleston, South Carolina, that's been canceled. It's a Southwest flight. Everybody else, you're on time or there's no cancellation. So, a little backup earlier is causing some people to wait around as you're looking at the security checkpoint.
Ravens fans, get excited because playoff tickets for the divisional round go on sale this Friday, January 5th at 10 a.m. That game will be played at M&T Bank Stadium either January 20th or the 21st. You can find the link to purchase your tickets on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Click on the Sports Unlimited tab.
Downtown Discovery Days in full effect. Take advantage of the discounts. You can see our beautiful Baltimore in places like the Baltimore Museum of Industry. Tell you about it coming up.
And stay with us because in our 9 o'clock hour, our Fox 45 weather team continues to track that potential for the first significant snowfall in 2 years. How you can prepare for the weather alert weekend.
Oh, one way that you need to prepare, make sure you stock up. If you are heading out to the grocery store now, everyone always gets the milk and the, and the flour and everything to make waffles. Yeah. But what goes perfect with waffles?
Coffee.
Yes. Come on now.
Let's take a coffee break. Look how pretty.
8:56, and the film industry has 9 billion reasons to be happy this morning. That's right. Last year's domestic box office sales reaching more than $9 billion, according to ComScore. Analysts there say 2023's total is the highest movie sales reached since this pandemic. Among the big hits at theaters last year, Barbie and Oppenheimer, topping the list with a staggering $636 million and $626 million in sales, respectively. Other successful movies included Wonka, the Super Mario Brothers movie, and Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour.
Of course. Well, Goldman Sachs says it is possible inflation could dip below 2% sometime this year. The bank bases that assessment on what it says is a reasonable downward scenario for consumer goods. Meanwhile, the New York Fed has found something similar. Its measure of underlying inflation ticked down to 2.3% in November from a revised 2.4%. And this all comes as the Federal Reserve weighs a series of rate cuts, citing what it says is the likelihood of hitting its 2% base rate. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
We all get earwax. Ugh, but it's really nothing to be embarrassed about. And you like to use those cotton swabs, but they really don't work because they just push the wax deeper into your ear. The Whoosh Powered Ear Cleaner is really going to help you break up that wax. I'm going to show you how it works. It's really easy. I already have some water. You add warm water, has to be warm. You can use this inside the shower or out of the shower. I'll show you right here. You have this little cup and you put the cup up to your ear. You stick the whoosh inside and turn it on, and it just starts to break up that wax. And there are 3 different levels, so if you want to go lighter so you don't have a big rush of water in your ear, that works as well. The buildup of wax in your ear can lead to irritation, hearing loss, and the Whoosh is really going to help break down that wax and help you feel better. The other thing I like about it, if you have a bunch of people in the house, your kids, your spouse, there are 6 different attachments. So you can use these, and not everybody's using the same thing to break up the wax in their ears. So this is just going to help you feel a little bit better about yourself and relieve that wax in your ear. Right now, we're offering 35% off the Whoosh Powered Ear Cleaner. It's such a great deal. You want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Mayor Brandon Scott will hold a press conference here at City Hall this morning to talk about the work done to drive down homicides in the last year. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at those strategies and just how effective they've been.
And as we approach the first legislative session, Maryland's police union is declaring what it wants to deal with juvenile crime, their list, and what they had to say. That's straight ahead on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking a live look now at your future scan and our Chevy Storm Tracker as we track an incoming weekend winter storm, which could bring some rain and snow our way.
And the Maryland State Highway Administration already sending out warnings. If you are driving over the weekend, take extra caution. And if your vehicle is in trouble, you can dial 77 to contact state or MDTA police for assistance. We're also going to have some tips on how you can stay safe. That's coming up later in the show. Good morning on this Wednesday, the calm before the storm, January 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's tracking this ever-changing forecast to see where we are right now.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Patrice, good morning to all of you as well. Trying to zone in on some of those potential snowfall totals for who and where that snow falls. Right now, we're looking at sunshine, a few clouds kind of hanging out. It's been cold for most of the morning. In fact, we've been hanging out below freezing. In fact, we just got to 34 in Baltimore City right now, 31 in Bel Air, 32 in Chestertown, 39 in Annapolis. But overall, it's definitely been a cold start to the day. As for that weekend winter storm, the snow is going to begin early Saturday. That kind of rain-snow mix for some of us through the early afternoon, and the heaviest snowfall amounts to the north and to the west of Baltimore City. So for your day planner today, everything is looking great. We're talking about mid to upper 40s. Maybe you want to head to the store and kind of prepare. That way you don't have to worry about being out on the roads on Saturday, especially during the afternoon and evening time. We'll take a closer look at that storm system and give you the very latest model runs that we have for what we can see this upcoming weather alert weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. As he just mentioned, our Fox 45 weather team is tracking that winter storm moving into the region this weekend and the potential for our first significant snowfall in 2 years, and that's got a lot of people talking.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with the reaction that's pouring in. They're talking, Tom, but they don't always believe it.
No, they don't, but we want to give you a little reminder because we are still a few days out. Just 2 years ago, January 4th, 2022, which would be tomorrow, hundreds were stranded on D.C. and Virginia highways. Remember them? Just trapped over there for night for nearly 24 hours. They ran out of food. Luckily, there was some bread trucks that opened up their doors. You remember that from Baltimore here? And they also were able to provide some gas for some of these crews, some of the cars there, and get them moving again. But still, that's why the Highway Safety Administration says they are ready themselves, but they want to make sure that you are ready. Right now, they have 113 vehicles out and about. Their statewide transportation operations response map right here shows you can track all the crews and where they're plowing in real time. Right now, they have those 113 vehicles ready to go. They're doing preparations. They're also providing some safety reminders as we're inching closer to the weekend storm. It starts with preparing. Check your car from the tires to the windshield washer fluid and the fuel. Make sure that you've got an emergency kit in your vehicle with a flashlight, batteries, jumper cables, a blanket, water, and that's just named a few. You would want to put some food in there in case you do get stuck for, think, 24 hours. If you get stuck on the road, they advise you to assess the situation, make sure you're safe where you're waiting, and then call for help. If you can stay in your car, remain vigilant. They say urge drivers to stay buckled up and facing forward, describing a potential danger commonly referred to as the moth effect, where drivers often drift towards lights or objects when the snow's falling and their attraction to that light. Finally, remember, it is state law to move over or slow down when approaching any stop or park vehicles with warning signals that are flashing. So what did you have to say about this? Well, we've got a couple of responses here. And yeah, 3 out of the 4 of them don't believe it's happening. In fact, Michael personally put it right here. I'll believe it when I see it. We've all been through where, you're trying to say, okay, watch out for snow, and then it turns into rain. They're going to have people running empty every store, and then it will rain. Linda says that exact point. One more for you here. Walter says, by the time Friday gets here, panic will be instilled in the general public. Predictions of 2 to 3 feet of snow will be the norm, and grocery stores will be ravaged. That may be the case. They're trying to predict the weather, but remember, 2 years ago, tomorrow, people were trapped for 24 hours. And if you talk to any of them, I promise you they're getting ready no matter what. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. And anytime severe weather hits, you can stay ahead of the storm with the FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be holding a news conference to talk about public safety and the work his administration and other leaders have done to drive the number of murders in Baltimore under 300 for the first time in 9 years.
That's right. This graph right here shows homicide trends from January of 2020 through October of 2023. And you'll notice that the first 2 summers of the Scott administration actually saw a spike in murders, and that helped drive the number of homicides over 300 each of those years. However, that didn't happen in the summer of 2023. In August of 2022, Maryland's U.S. Attorney Eric Barron announced his so-called Capone style of prosecution, which he says uses a range of laws to prosecute repeat violent offenders and keep them off the street.
This Al Capone model of prosecution is designed to take violent people off the streets by any appropriate legal means necessary.
Then 1 year ago, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates took office, and in his inaugural speech, he told the city that he would be tough on crime and had a strong message for any potential criminals.
So I say to you, that's thinking about grabbing your illegal handgun and going on the streets of Baltimore City, grab your toothbrush as well, because you're going to need it.
Well, then we see another drop around July of 2023, and it was around that time that Eric Barron and Ivan Bates announced a few big wins. In the span of just a few days, the 2 offices announced 8 defendants pleaded guilty to or were sentenced for gun crimes. All of them repeat violent offenders. Barron saying the results of their partnership is clear.
Homicides are down 25%, and non-fatal shootings are down 6.5%. And we think it's clear, and the data demonstrates that it's because we're working as a team. We're working collaboratively.
While it is not clear what the mayor will bring up during his news conference today, the group violence reduction strategy has been a cornerstone of his public safety plan. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with a preview of today's news conference and a closer look at whether the mayor's strategy is working. Shannon.
Yeah, and it's not so straightforward, Patrice. We know that homicides are down citywide, but over in the Western District, homicides are actually up some 28%. And that is the very district where city leaders say their strategy is working. So more on that in just a minute. But first, let's get to that preview of this news conference. It's set to start here in just 2 hours from now at 11 a.m. at City Hall. The mayor's office saying the mayor and other city leaders will be here discussing the work done to drive last year's decrease in homicides and some strategies to maintain that progress in 2024. Meanwhile, though, those who live in the city's Western District will tell you last year was a dangerous one. By the end of the year, this district had seen 41 homicides, making it the deadliest district in the city. This district also happens to be the same district where the city launched its group violence reduction strategy 2 years ago. It's a cornerstone of the city's crime fight, and it offers money and services to those who show the potential for violence. But we heard from Marvin Doc Cheatham. He's the president of the largest neighborhood association in the Western District, and he says he's seen no evidence of GVRS in his neighborhood.
I'm the biggest community in the Western District. We received nothing. We didn't even see them. We don't even know who they are. For us to have a 28% increase, it shows something totally didn't go right.
However, city leaders, Patrice, have long maintained that GVRS is working to reduce crime and violence.
So, Shannon, the district where GVRS was first launched has actually now become the deadliest district in the city. Is anyone talking about that?
Yeah, so we reached out to a spokesperson for the city about that very question, Patrice. We did hear back, and that spokesperson is blaming in part police's redistricting last year. So let's go ahead and take a look at what they said. They say the Western District took on additional historically violent areas. It is impossible to accurately compare crime within the old district boundaries to crime in the new district. And that spokesperson is also adding that GVRS has turned 127 lives around in that Western District over the last 2 years. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
The House is formally moving ahead to remove Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas from his post.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what's the latest?
Well, Megan and Patrice, this is a major escalation coming after a year-long probe into Mayorkas. Investigators zeroing in on his handling of the migration crisis at the southern border amid record illegal crossings there. Customs and Border Protection recorded at least 302,000 migrant encounters in December. That's the highest number ever in a single month. The panel looked into the economic costs of the massive influx of migrants since Mayorkas took over, and the GOP now believes they have enough evidence to prove Mayorkas has misused taxpayer dollars and purposefully ignored security measures at the border by refusing to enforce laws. A cabinet member has not been impeached since 1876. Even though the House might vote to remove Mayorkas, they have a slim majority there, it's unlikely the Democratic-controlled Senate will follow suit. The first hearing is scheduled to take place January 10th.
We know the border crisis has been such a tough spot for President Biden, Kayla, in the polls. New data actually showing his support slipping in voting blocks that traditionally have favored Democratic candidates. Where are these cracks in supports happening?
So it's noticeable among Black and Hispanic voters. USA Today reporting Biden claims the support of just 63% of Black voters, and that's a big drop from the 87% he carried among Black voters in 2020. Donald Trump is also leading Biden among Hispanic voters and younger voters. But these are not the numbers that an incumbent wants to see starting off an election year. However, the possible good news is Biden's support shifted to the idea of a third-party candidate, not to former President Trump, who's the likely GOP frontrunner for 2024. So, for example, Trump has 12% of the Black vote, which is exactly what he got in 2020. Democrats still insist in a two-candidate race, Biden will edge out Trump and win another term in the White House. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla, live in Washington. Thank you. Before we head into the break, we want to show you this. This is a car that is on fire at 695 at Providence Road. They are starting to shut down some of the lanes in that direction. You see the fire crews have arrived there and on the opposite side. So traffic is going to be slow on the inner loop and the outer loop as they are trying to deal with that. 2 cars are involved in whatever happened over there, but you see the one. Looks like the fire, they're getting under control. Smoke still billowing, though, so just keep that in mind. That's going to be a slow go through that area. Coming up, we're going to have more on this as we keep an eye on it for you and let you know about any updates if those roads get any clearer. 9/11. With winter weather on the way, we have some tips from the State Highway Administration for you. First off, do not drive unless you have to. And if you do have to, make sure to allow for some extra time. And of course, always buckle up. Next, if your vehicle starts to skid, this is important, do not slam on the brakes. That's going to make it worse. For most cars with anti-lock brakes, just gently apply pressure while steering with the skid. Now, for older cars, you're going to want to pump your brakes. Next, keep your distance from other cars. It's going to give you more time, particularly snow plows and those salt trucks. Don't want to be hit by that. You never know when someone will lose control or even how long it's going to take them to stop. And then, when shoveling your driveway, make sure not to block the way for plows by piling the snow on the roadway there. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. No matter how much snow we get, or even if it's the rain, Justin, these tips are important to remember.
That's the whole thing, Meg. I mean, you know, coming up in just a couple of minutes in this weathercast, I'm finally going to show you my weather totals and the snowfall totals that I believe are going to be taking place depending on where you live. But even if you don't get a lot of snow, the fact that we haven't had a winter storm like this in at least a couple of years means it's going to catch a lot of people potentially off guard, maybe people who have never dealt with snow in Baltimore or in the DMV. So that's what we have to look for, and that's what we're showing you here today. This is our Weather Authority forecast. We are going to be be weather alert on Saturday and Sunday for right now. Looking outside, though, beautiful conditions as we look out over the inner harbor. The sun glistening there on the bay. 34, your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much wind to speak of at this time. This is a look at our HD radar. Everything is quiet here up and down the East Coast, but where our weather maker is, it's just made its way on land and bringing snow and rain to California and Nevada. You can see a lot of snow right there in the northern part of Nevada, the Silver State, my home state. That's going to be tracking across the country over the next few hours and over the next couple of days before it makes its way here. So get your shopping done at the Avenue at White Marsh today, tomorrow, and Friday. Upper 30s by 10 a.m. today. Overall, a pretty nice afternoon with temps that will end up in the mid to upper 40s. Some of us close to 50 degrees today. Not as much wind, so shouldn't feel as chilly for the afternoon. And still in the 40s. It's still January, but 45 here by the 5 o'clock hour for your happy hour plans. Mid to upper 40s across central Maryland. Those high temperatures slightly above average for this time of year. Let's talk about it. The weekend winter storm. That snow is going to begin early on Saturday for most of us. Then it will be a rain-snow mix for some through the early part of the afternoon, with the heaviest snowfall amount still to the north and west of Baltimore City. We're talking to you in Carroll County, northern Baltimore County, Harford County, even up into Cecil County as well. And obviously, it's going to impact the Ravens game on Saturday afternoon. If you are heading out there, we're talking about temps that will mainly be in the mid to upper 30s, kind of that rain-snow mix. So even if you don't get snow, you're going to get wet, and it will be cold as well. There's no doubt about that. Now, in terms of who gets the snow, who gets the rain-snow mix, who gets the rain, well, you can kind of see it from this map. And this is a very typical setup for our system. That 95 corridor is usually the line where we see the colder air to the north and the warmer air down toward the south. Now, in terms of some rainfall or from snowfall totals, it's looking likely that Frederick and Carroll counties will have a good 3 to 5 inches of accumulation, with more of that 2 to 4 inch variety northern Baltimore up into Harford County. Notice that line through Baltimore City down through Columbia and up toward Elkton, kind of that 1 to 3 inch range, with the further that you go south, more of a trace, and then it's pretty much all rain. Even Annapolis, I'm not expecting snow for you in Annapolis right now, even out through Stevensville, Easton. We're going to see mainly rain showers for you on the eastern shore. That snow is going to be kind of setting up to the north and west. So this is it. The projected totals, at least for now, we'll obviously be updating this as we get more and more of those computer model runs, and as we get closer to the storm, we will become more and more accurate the closer we get. Now, our future scan looks great today. We are going to see a few showers roll through late tonight and potentially early tomorrow morning with a few flakes flying, but it's not going to be much, and the wind will be around for tomorrow afternoon. Friday actually looks pretty good. So if you want to get your last minute stuff done and maybe taking down the decorations on Friday, you're good to go. Saturday morning, here's where it starts, and where that area of low pressure sets up is going to be the deciding factor on who gets what type of precip and how much we get as well. So you'll see those snow showers develop in that 7 o'clock hour. Notice it changes back over to green, but then as we get later into the day, that low gets closer, the colder air kind of wraps around, and that'll be in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. The heaviest snow along the Maryland and PA line. That's going to continue through Saturday night, and then there will be the potential for some leftover snow on Sunday. We may be able to release our weather alert on Sunday morning only because we'll see what happens with how much snow we get and how much of an impact it'll be. But Saturday for sure, weather alert day. Either way, we're going to go ahead and go weather alert for the weekend. So that's what we'll be tracking, and we'll continue to track it and give you more of those updates here as we get closer to the storm. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We appreciate it. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are still following a vehicle fire. This is on 695 at Providence Road there. We did see a lot of smoke coming from that area just a little bit now. They're on the scene trying to get that under control. But in the meantime, you can see the backups now extensive through that area. Try to avoid it if you can.
All right, taking a live look from our traffic photojournalist. He is currently in the backup behind that incident. So this is what they are facing. So if you're about to head out in that direction and you haven't made it out the door yet, don't go this way, because this is what you'll be in.
Not pretty. Well, making headlines here this morning, Senator Bernie Sanders says Congress should not send a $10 billion aid package to Israel.
As the death toll rises and the humanitarian situation has deteriorated, Sanders has been a vocal critic of the Israeli prime minister's retaliation against Hamas. The lawmaker says U.S. defense weapons have played a big part in the war, which has displaced 85% of the Gaza population, and, as a report from Reuters says, killed over 22,000 Palestinians.
Also making headlines, Jimmy Kimmel is angry with New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers. They're over claiming that Kimmel would be on that soon-to-be released Jeffrey Epstein list. That list, by the way, which is expected to include 150 names found in court documents, could expose prominent figures who were connected with the convicted sex trafficker and also the hedge fund manager Jeffrey Epstein. Kimmel denounced Rodgers' claims furiously on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that his, quote, reckless words put his family in danger, end quote. The Epstein list, by the way, is set to be released today.
Coming up, with the next state legislative session on the way, many are voicing their concern about juvenile crime, what the Maryland Police Union is saying, and their message to lawmakers. That's all in our second half hour.
And we're talking about Downtown Discovery Days at the lovely Baltimore Museum of Industry, sorry about that, and focused on feeding Baltimore during COVID. Familiar faces here. We'll tell you about it coming up next.
Brighten up your winter by visiting downtown Baltimore and one of its interesting museums, zoo, or aquarium.
Mark Clark is live at the Museum of Industry with all the participating organizations and the exhibition there you don't want to miss. Mark.
That's definitely true, featuring people's faces that you'll recognize, right, Susan?
Absolutely. We are so excited for Discovery Days, coming back again this year, featuring over 10 of our cultural attractions that are offering discounts and deals on their admission prices. They vary a little bit, but you can check out all of the details at godowntownbaltimore.com.
I love it. And again, Alexis, this is a great exhibit. I love the fact that we're going to see familiar faces. These people serve the community in a very important time.
Absolutely. So this is our Food for Thought exhibition at the Baltimore Museum of Industry that honors our food and nutrition service workers at Baltimore City Public Schools, especially the efforts that they did during the COVID-19 shutdown. Not only did they feed students, but they fed family members and community members as well. This exhibition is leaving in February, so please come see it while you can.
I love it. And again, just seeing, we mentioned before, the Downtown Discovery Days, so many cool spots to stop off in Baltimore, and the rich, rich history that is so tied to people and realness. And that's kind of what we do in Baltimore, guys. So make time to discover Baltimore with Downtown Discovery Days.
Lots to explore, too.
I know. All right, if you want the information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Coming up, we kicked off the morning on the chilly side, but things are warming up as we approach the afternoon. Stick around for what we're looking at for the rest of the week, including a look at the winter weather that's approaching over the weekend.
The legislative session kicks off in exactly 1 week from today. Coming up, we will hear what the president of the Maryland Police Union is saying lawmakers need to focus on. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. A lot of kids are getting their Christmas wishes just a little late. A little bit of snow.
They're wishing, though, for a school day.
Yeah.
Snow day. At least my daughter was. She's like, oh, man, it's the weekend.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's snow. It's fun.
Our kids got those snowball makers, so I think they'll take it whenever it comes. They're excited to use them.
Mom and Dad should watch out.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be coming at you. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I used to have that Snoopy snow cone maker. Do you guys remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that was good stuff. A little syrup in there, making things good. By the way, look, we're talking about the storm, but Miss Shirley's is in the building.
They just threw me all off.
I know, I'm very excited. I can't wait to talk about food here. But let's take a look at your forecast. That's what I have to do. Right now, out over the Inner Harbor, we got the sun, a few clouds. Overall, cold. Our temperatures have been hanging out in the 30s, even 20s this morning. We made it up to 34 in Baltimore City and Essex over to Middle River, 30 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, right about 36 in Dundalk right now. But some of us about 5 to 7 degrees colder than where we were just 24 hours ago. So it's been a kind of frosty, crisp this morning. As you head out the door, yeah, still have the jacket, but the sunglasses, no need for the snow gear yet. We will definitely need that if you're going to be outside at all on Saturday or into Sunday. But today looking good. Mid to upper 40s overall, a little westerly wind, 5 to 10 miles an hour, but overall sunny skies. So a nice day today. Tomorrow, not too bad. Friday, also not too bad. And then we get to the weekend, which we'll take a closer look at coming up in a few.
All right, let's look at our Lynn Solar Traffic Network now and see what's happening on the roads at this point. And we're continuing to track that vehicle fire on 695 at Providence Road. Traffic is getting by in the right lane, but you can see that the left lanes, they're currently closed. All the fire apparatus is still in that area, and traffic is backed up all the way to Hartford Road. And you can see the slow go on the other side as well, as people are rubbernecking as they go by, and there's equipment on the other side. So inner and outer loop is backed up in that area. Well, continuing coverage, this year's legislative session starts in just 1 week, with crime expected to be a central focus in Annapolis.
A battle is brewing over changes to the state's juvenile crime laws, as Fox 45 News is hearing from more voices calling on lawmakers at every level to take urgent action.
Now, you know those folks who have high positions? We already know if it was their children, their loved ones, all the stops would be pulled out. All the stops would be pulled out to find the perpetrators.
Lawmakers make laws for a reason. And if you guys are telling us that you're going to reduce crime, how are we seeing this when we are all, like everyone in this city is still afraid of sending their kids to school?
Well, police in Maryland are also sounding the alarm about the state's crime crisis.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with the biggest priorities for the Maryland Fraternal Order of Police ahead of this year's session. Shannon.
Yeah, so the Maryland FOP, Patrice and Megan, has a lengthy wish list ahead of the start of session next week, and that includes everything from efforts to try to recruit more police officers to addressing juvenile crime. Now, when it comes to juvenile crime, FOP leader Clyde Boatwright argues there needs to be a focus on changing the way police and law enforcement are able to question young people.
It becomes a court battle. And there's no winners here if you are tied up in court battling over whether or not someone's rights were violated. What is happening with that is it stops that juvenile from getting the services they need, because you don't know what problem they actually have if you can't talk to them. But it also stops the victims from getting justice.
So Boatwright is talking about the Juvenile Interrogation Act there, and he joins several other police officers and state's attorneys who argue the law needs to be revisited. Right now, it prevents police from questioning kids without the approval of an attorney, regardless of what the parent might say. And critics argue the law hinders investigations, but supporters of the law, like State Senator Jill Carter, argue police can still interview kids if necessary.
Giving misinformation if they're saying they can't talk.
Other items on the FOP's legislative priority list include taking investigatory powers from the Attorney General's office and giving it back to the state's attorney's office for use of force cases. And with the concerns surrounding officer shortages, Boatwright says there needs to be a scholarship program for officers to get a higher education, and he calls it a GI Bill of sorts for police. Ultimately, though, the success of these priorities is going to come down to finding enough support in the state house. Right now, with a Democratic supermajority in both chambers, it's unclear if these issues will get that support, but we'll likely find out soon, as the session is set to start exactly 1 week from today in Annapolis. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
We've heard from more than a dozen top prosecutors who say something needs to change surrounding the state's crime laws. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy laid out their legislative priorities last month. They want to increase probation for kids caught with a gun, require the Department of Juvenile Services to notify courts when a young person violates home monitoring, and also classify groups who recruit children to steal cars as organized crime units.
A lot of what we're seeing now are more sophisticated operations involving multiple levels of people who are benefiting from this type of crime.
I think one of the things you see criminal organizations able to use juveniles and to say, hey, nothing's going to happen to you in the first place, so we're going to direct you to do that type of behavior.
Well, the Department of Juvenile Services has faced questions about its intake policy for juvenile offenders and the current systems to rehabilitate young people. At a public safety town hall in December, Secretary Vincent Schiraldi got into a heated exchange with Catherine Rosenblatt, the Deputy Chief of Juveniles in the City State's Attorney's Office.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because, and this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
In a conversation with Mackenzie Frost, Rosenblatt said her office is waiting on more than 180 cases to be sent from DJS due to the department's intake process.
Currently, they act as a bit of a gatekeeper because it's their intake officers who are making the decision whether the case should be charged immediately or should be charged later, but still charged, or even not charged at all. I think there is an issue with consistency in the city.
Is public safety weighed in those decisions?
Certainly weighed by my office. It is not always factored in to DJS's sort of formula, I think, for how they're evaluating the juveniles. That's from conversations we've had with them in meetings I've been in. It is not entirely clear that they are looking at the current charges and factoring that in.
Rosenblatt says that her communication with DJS has improved in recent weeks, and she is hopeful that will continue. Harvard's president resigns amid plagiarism accusations and her stance on anti-Semitism in front of Congress.
Tom Rogers is in the Live Center now with the back and forth and the possible fallout facing America's top colleges. Tom?
Yeah, Patrice and Megan, Harvard University President Claudine Gay resigns within a year of taking the position and just a month after appearing in front of Congress to denounce anti-Semitism on her campus related to the Hamas-Israel attack, or the attack on Israel. Criticism over that testimony in the congressional hearing where she was unable to say unequivocally that calls on campus, this is her testifying here, for the genocide of Jews would violate the school's conduct policy. Gay is the second Ivy League president to resign in the past month, following who you see here, the congressional testimony. Remember, Liz McGill, president of the University of Pennsylvania, resigned December 9th. Since the testimony, critics started looking into the leader's past, and they found a dozen examples of Gay plagiarizing in her dissertations and various papers. One of the critics, Christopher Rufo, he posted here on X, and he says, rather than take responsibility for minimizing anti-Semitism, committing serial plagiarism, intimidating the free press, and damaging the institution, she calls her critics racist. Rufo posted that. This is the poison of diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology. Now, he leads the conservative attacks on both of these in business and in the education department here. Gay, in her letter, she responded, and she said, though, in fact, let me pull that up. She said, it has been distressing to have doubt cast on my commitments to confronting hate and to upholding scholarly rigor, two bedrock values that are fundamental to who I am, and frightening to be subjected to personal attacks and threats fueled by racial animus. Well, as many universities lost millions from their alumni money for not denouncing Jewish hate on campus, Penn losing more than $100 million so far. It's up into multi-millions, hundreds of millions also is speculated for Harvard. Gay says she will remain teaching at Harvard University. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, the playoffs are almost here. When and where you can get your tickets to see the Ravens' Road to Glory, that's coming up after the break.
And we've got a winter storm coming in over the weekend. Stick around for meteorologist Justin Chambers with more on the rain and snow mix that is happening this Saturday. 9:39, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Looking ahead this morning, tickets for the Ravens playoff run are about to go on sale. You are taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium right now. We know starting this Friday at 10 a.m., fans will be able to get tickets for the divisional round, and guess where that game is happening? Right there. Yeah, right there at M&T. It's going to take place either the 20th or the 21st of this month. To get those tickets, head to BaltimoreRavens.com/playoff tickets.
That's my husband's birthday weekend. We're trying to make plans, but
There's your plan.
We're doing it around when the playoffs.
You need to go to the game.
Have it sweet, have it be a whole big thing.
I was going to take him away, out of town. He's like, no,
No,
it's playoffs.
you can't.
All right, well, we want to see how you're getting ready for the game this weekend. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Birthday tailgate. That's perfect.
Yes, all of that will happen.
Are you looking to cut back on calories in the new year? Well, after the break, we've got some healthy breakfast options that could help you keep that New Year's resolution. It's 9:43 on Good Day Baltimore.
$9.46. Staying in shape is one of the top New Year's resolutions, and that starts in the kitchen. So here were some healthy options for a healthy breakfast. Corporate executive chef for Miss Shirley's, Zuri Coles, is joining us. We were just laughing in the commercial that we want all the other stuff at Miss Shirley's, but because you all have such a huge and amazing menu, you do have a lot of healthy options.
We do. We have quite a few healthy items, especially when starting the new year, people like to eat a little bit lighter.
Well, let's start over here because we've been talking about chia seed pudding around here. Megan, Tom's daughter, makes it, and she says it's amazing.
Yeah, it's super easy too. Our version here is just using coconut milk and the chia seeds.
Okay.
And we flavor it with cinnamon and vanilla and agave. And then we topped it with some raspberry puree, fresh bananas and blueberries. So super simple, but you can flavor the chia with whatever you want.
Okay, very good. And then the banana split, I like this. This is very pretty.
Banana split, a little play on having a healthy version of a banana split. So we have vanilla yogurt in the bottom, homemade granola, blueberries, strawberries, of course a banana, pineapple ring.
I'm gonna try and make that for my daughter and see if she would like that. Now this is one that I like. I mean, because you get your eggs in it, but you get all your veggies too.
Yes, healthy hot mess. So it's just a little egg white scramble here, and we put broccoli, spinach, some sweet potatoes, peppadews, topped it with avocado, served with multigrain. And a lot of people, you know, greens for breakfast is a nice side instead of potatoes. You know, having
so
some.
These are things that you all serve, but really we could try this at home. I mean, it's not super complicated.
No, a scramble super easy and quick in the morning. Whatever veggies you have left over in your fridge, just mix them in.
You're giving us ideas. You're giving us ideas. Now, what about this one? What's in the center there?
So our oatmeal here is topped with just an apple cinnamon compote, and then the craisins and pumpkin seeds.
Look at that. That just looks good. And look at the people that are gravitating towards us in the studio. Zuri, do you see what I'm seeing?
I see.
All right, so let's talk about the...
So this is our special for the month of January.
Okay.
It's a multi-grain buckwheat pancake. So we're mixing multigrain and buckwheat flours together for a pancake. We put blueberries inside.
Now, I trust you that it's going to be good because it's you.
Tasty.
Because I'm not saying that sounds like my favorite.
But if you want to go sweet but stay a little bit healthy, this is a good option.
Do it for you. Okay,
and then
what is
we
that?
topped it with vanilla yogurt.
Okay, I see that.
Our homemade granola.
I like giving a crunch to everything.
A little crunch.
And then you've got salads over there, and
yep, that's a kale Caesar salad there.
Avocado toast.
Avocado toast with hummus and avocado on there, and just some fresh tomatoes. Healthy.
Well, there you go. So you don't have any excuse not to start with some healthy options for breakfast. You can make all of these things at home, or you can just head to Miss Shirley's. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Are you out of breath because you were over here and had to run over there?
The next weather maker, but I mean, it's Wednesday and Miss Shirley's is here, and you were like the multi-grain pancake, and then you had yogurt, and I was like, what? But it's probably really good. I'm sure it's really good. Everything is good there. Yeah, we'll be good to go. We love Miss Shirley's. You can get them in the airport too, over there in the A Pier. So if you're heading out of town, you can pop in for a mimosa. Now, if people are going to be flying into or out of town this weekend, not the best weather because we have that winter weather maker, which is going to send us into weather alert mode Saturday and Sunday for now. The Ravens game obviously going to be impacted. M&T Bank Stadium looks great right now, and that sun is out there. Now, we're only at 34. That's your current temperature, so just slightly above average for this time of year. And notice on our HD radar, everything is all quiet here on the eastern front. This is where our next weather maker is. It doesn't look very impressive because you see some of the radar returns, some showers from LA up into Las Vegas, and we also have some snow showers in northern and central Nevada. That whole system is going to be tracking across the country over the next 2 or 3 days and eventually moving into our neighborhoods. Now, if you do want to get out there and play some golf today, this is the day to do it. 45 by noon, upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Sure, it's January, it's chilly, but not as windy as yesterday, and tomorrow will be windier, so maybe today the golf game or even on Friday. Low to mid and upper 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. These are going to be your high temperatures today. Some of us close to 50 degrees, which is well above average for early January. We'll keep those 40s going. Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 45 Severna Park, down through Annapolis for your high this afternoon. Now, let's talk about the storm. Snow beginning early on Saturday with that rain-snow mix through the early afternoon. Those heaviest snowfall amounts are going to be north and west of Baltimore City. You can kind of see it here with this map. I'll step out so you can see where you live and what you're going to be more than likely seeing. It's that rain-snow mix kind of right along 95 and to the east that will have the best chance of kind of that warmer air trying to mix in with that precip, while areas to the north will more than likely get some good accumulating snow. But that Ravens game is going to be cold and wet. Temperatures in the 30s on Saturday afternoon and possibly even some snow there at the stadium. And in terms of snowfall totals, the highest amount in that 3 to 5 inch category, Frederick over to Carroll County. Some areas in northern Baltimore and Harford County, about 2 to 4 inches. And notice that kind of 1 to 3 inch line along Baltimore City and County. So you might not think 1 to 3 inches is a lot, but you have to remember that this is that first significant snowfall and first storm that we've really tracked in terms of winter weather in about 2 years. That's why we're weather alerts Saturday and Sunday. But again, the next 3 days should be great to prepare and get yourself all set up for that weekend winter weather.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some breaking news just coming into our newsroom this morning. Our Project Baltimore team is reporting an investigation into circumstances surrounding a bomb threat at Milford Mill Academy right now. The school, we're told, has been evacuated. There are no injuries. Stay with Fox 45 News as we learn more on this. Coming up, we've got a look at that 10-day forecast. Stay tuned for everything you need to know for the rest of the week and into the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has it for you. 9:52 now on Good Day Baltimore.